The Sea of Clouds has a very, very sick login screen. Let's how about Call of Evan? Hello.
Ooh. Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, Diva began playing again recently, and he's catching up.
I've noticed because he's online right now.
Is he?
He is.
I don't think he's quite. Yeah, he's only in the. I say only. He's got to the Dravidian Forelands. He's getting there. I told him roughly where I got to. I was like, okay, if you get to a place called OK Zundu, feel free to tag on. But he won't be for streaming today because he still has a week of work left. But maybe next time. Say next time. It doesn't have to be on weekends anymore because I'm on holidays. I think the next 3 weeks.
Right now.
Yeah. But they will probably be able to catch up and join in again, at least for a bit. Oh yeah, yep.
I just figured he'd be doing whatever since we're all off on our own for the story now.
Yeah, but I was like, you can do that, but if he does want to tag in, he can. We might as well. Like, I don't mind sinking. Although we'll probably pull ahead of him again quite a bit until he gets off as well, but we'll see. Be nice if we could at least get him around for like post-game Heavensward dungeons and shit.
That's where multiplayer is the best.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the main expansion.
Yeah.
The main expansion is very, hey, let's get some lore. Patch 5.4 is out.
Yes.
I've done the story.
Good shit. That's right, we're gonna fight the whale. We're setting up to fight the whale.
Yes. I should inform you. Dragoon was buffed.
Ooh.
Chaos Thrust damage over time potency has been increased from 45 to 50.
Ooh.
Fang and Claw potency has been increased from 320 to 330, and when executed from the positional, 360 to 370.
Ooh, baby.
Wheeling Thrust potency has been increased from 320 to 330, and potency when executed from the positional, 360 to 370, and that's all your buffs.
That's still nice to have. Small, but it's nice. I also, I finally figured out why stuff was like off the edge of the screen and all. It's because the game remembered my old TV size and shit. And never corrected itself, so I had to correct everything. So my layout's all slightly different.
Huh?
But only slightly. Mostly stuff has been like resized and nudged about.
The best part is above the 3 Dragoon changes is, let me count, 24 monk changes.
24?
24 monk changes. I told you it was the monk rework patch.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you saying monks
Monks
were
have
not
been
happy.
unhappy. They were not pleased.
Are they pleased now?
I don't know. I just know a lot of things are different for them.
Okay. Did anyone else get any changes, or?
Ninja, 2 moves got potency increases of 10 points. Bard got a potency increase on one of its moves by 10 points.
Nice, nice.
Red move got a potency increase of 10 points on 3 of its moves. Scholar's damage over time move was increased by 10 points in potency, but its move energy drain was decreased by 50 in potency, I think. I don't know what energy drain does. It might be a cure, or it might be like a status thing.
Yeah, like a inflict status or like heal self off damage or something.
And then Broil 3 for Scholar got a 10-point potency increase.
Broil.
Broil. I think Broil is like the stone equivalent for Scholar. But yes, after 5.3, which was like, here's the end of Shadowbringers, and now in the next patches we're gonna start building up to our next story. 5.4 was the build up to the next story. And I feel indifferent about it so far.
Indifferent?
Indifferent.
Okay.
They haven't made it... There's stuff they're introducing, I'm like, that could be cool, but you haven't convinced me yet.
It remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Fair, fair. This one will let me fly after this. I have, I went around and actually did get all the Aether Currents for everywhere I've been so far.
Well, ain't that swell?
Yeah. Spiritual lungs of blood and thunder. Alright. Yes. Come aboard when you're ready. Yeah, while I was, during the week I have, on top of like rearranging everything on my UI family, I been leveling Samurai. I've been thinking about it, the monk change would explain why I saw a lot more monks in duties actually. Don't know how they feel, but they were there. What else was there? I think that's basically it. Yeah, just been leveling Samurai. Oh yeah, and also like arranged my Dragoon moves a bit, so now I have Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust up front. Shit's nice. You good and ready?
Yes.
One thing I have found funny is that fairly reliably actually I've been noticing that at least on the Alliance raid, Roulette has been asking for DPS quite a bit, which surprises me.
Wow.
Everything else is still like, give tank, give healer though. How have you been? What antics have you got up to besides 5.4 story?
I did the new raid tier as well.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
And then I've just been doing other stuff that aren't Final Fantasy 14 as well.
And having a good time?
Yeah, I think so. Look, it's a whale.
That is a whale. This reminds me of the boss whale from Ul'dah 2.
While we loaded in, I've been reading reddit.com about the monk changes that people read. Apparently they're like, it's a bit better, but but most people seem to think it's a stopgap until 6.0, because usually on expansion is when the whole job is like a different thing now. Because that's the point where they're like, alright, we've introduced new moves, we've removed old moves. On expansion day, that's when a job is completely different. So
that makes sense,
like,
really. Give everything
like,
people stuff to devour when they get there.
Yep, the expansions are always when the new mechanics come out, old mechanics go away, and basically they're like, we've reworked the whole balance. It's still pretty similar, but it's the biggest changes you get are for the expansions. That's why they even have, like, you remember I showed you the job video for Shadowbringers. There's a job video for every expansion. They're like, look at these new moves, look at these changed moves, look at this. That's their best forum for making big dramatic changes, since it's a big dramatic change to the whole game.
Whaleback.
Yes.
This is an interesting fight. Oh. I keep getting tornadoed. Someone hit the generator? Do we have to do that actively?
I think we're all set. It's not interactable right now.
Okay. Just making sure, so I just noticed the item does indeed have a health bar.
It does.
This reminds me a lot of like certain Monster Hunter boss fights in some other games. Where you didn't fight the beast so much directly a lot of the time, you just kinda like fucked with it and then had to survive or fight smaller things. That's a bit unfortunate.
Chris also commented that this was an odd music for this fight, but I think it still fits.
No, I think it's very fitting. It's got that whole like drifty, you're way up in the clouds sort of thing.
But it's also, I think the thing that he thought was weird was kind of like drum and bassy.
No, I feel like that fits.
Oh no, people are perishing.
They are, yes. I have perished. Just don't bunch up too much.
Corona. Like the mountain from Mario Sunshine? Yes, like that one.
Exactly. One more. That will hopefully do it.
Oh, I got pushed by a wind.
Oh. Fall off the map. Can we get you back?
No.
Oh. Well, we better end this now.
I think they only started doing, yo, you come back on the ledge if after falling off a platform, post Heavensward.
That's good, though.
But he's dead. He doesn't have that much health, it's mostly an ads fight.
Yeah. But I like it. It's a nice little change of pace for a primal fight. Realistically, hard do you fight all of them? I'm in the lines chat. Or the healers before they run. See, that's a distinctly technical looking key. Or this Ul'dah, which, yeah. I'm just saying, if this becomes like Elegans did this again, I'm going to be quite upset. No, with the Elegans, Myanmar.
Phew, I thought you were going to be upset with the plot of the game,
No.
Final Fantasy XIV.
No, it wouldn't be upset from a plot point. That's kind of like, you know, if someone's gonna make yet another super weapon, it probably would be the all-spanning empire that, like, you know, was beefy enough to seal up Bahamut.
You know, the empire that was here in, like, the third astral era before us, that was the entirety of Eorzea, rather than just a bunch of little nations that it is now.
Yeah. So, hello. Are we hearing Heidelin again?
Just a little. You got a little bit of reception. 4 crystals, that's a little reception. You can hear a little bit.
At least she's not dead. If indeed she can die. Oh, okay, no, the key's still there. I didn't see it for a sec. I was like, oh, did someone sneak up and take it while we were having a vision? I don't know, that looks like a lot like an elegant key. Oh, good.
Bismarck をほふったか。何度目かね、こうやって神を狩るのは。もはや君の力は人とは思えないほどだ。
天使い殿。
I suppose it makes sense. We have the key.
そのようだな。
Secrets of a fucking.
マ大陸への扉を開くアラグの秘宝。
We need to just commit to destroying all remnants of the Elegant Empire. Just all of it needs to go.
But they're neat.
Just fuck it.
But Gavin, they're neat and cool.
多少は光の加護が戻ってきている
Anyway, I
よう
also
だ
kept
ね
reading that little thread, and everyone was like, "Yeah, this is better, but I think they'll probably do more in
光の加護
6.0."
を失っている
So
今
that seems to be the
ま
consensus.
るで赤子のよう
Probably
だ
will
な
too.
光の使徒よ
I suppose I should have expected something like this.
Stupid Bismarck eating the key. Who does he think he is?
ご協力に感謝しますぞ、天使い殿。そして英雄殿にも礼をせねばなるまい。準備は整った。今こそ天への階段を開く。
Path to the heavens, you say?
Almost Heavensward, if you will, is the way in which they will go.
Oh, you can just use it here.
Well, you know, the key's just gonna point in the direction that you gotta go to get there.
Ah. God willing, we had like one more dragon killer primed to launch into their airship. Not that it matters, they have the asking to teleport them, but it would be nice.
It would feel good.
I don't know, I trust in the Asians for that. I will say that it is a good. It does speak to like the very distinctive and pretty good visual design that on sight I could fathom that key was an elegant thing.
Yes. Hey, look, there's the beam they just shot that's to open the area.
Oh, that's bringing a whole thing down.
No, it's just parting the clouds that was hiding it.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's a Doom Fortress.
What's this? The Alligans had a floating research laboratory?
Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. My question is, how has it been floating this entire time? Unless it is built it on top of wind crystal, actually.
No, there's like propulsion stuff on the bottom, but it's green, so I think it's wind crystal powered.
Okay.
I mean, these floating islands, like the Sea of Clouds and the Churning Mists,
Yeah.
have been there for years upon years, centuries and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were still floating islands when the Allagan Empire was around, and they were like, oh.
Yeah, they studied it
let's
and
make a
replicated
room.
it. Yeah. And so I like Sid's attitude of, in retrospect, he probably would have seen, he should have seen that coming. He's getting wise to this shit.
It's a good thing the Allagan Empire had the foresight to have a floating laboratory, so their earthquake-based calamity that destroyed them didn't affect the island.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I could just float above everything and not be bothered.
Because you're at the end of the I think pretty sure I said it before, but the end of the third astral era and the end of the Allegan Empire was a big earthquake.
Yes, the buried the Crystal Tower among everything else. And, you know, all their weapons and everything over in Cart now.
Then you got the fourth Umbral era, and it was bad.
We're in the 7th Astral, aren't we? Or are we 7th Umbral?
7th Astral. That's what we got from the end of A Realm Reborn. That's also... That's part of me is like, why are we still called the Scions of the 7th Dawn if we're there?
Yeah, we're there, yeah, that's actually a good point.
It's good branding, so just keep it.
Yeah. You see, for most people to say the Scions, they don't go the full title all the time. Might as well go like, hey, we killed Will.
Let's go tell our friends the Vanu Vanu the good news.
Yep, those naughty Imperials. That's a judge-looking motherfucker there, and he's got a gun blue. Oh, I love the look of this guy's armor. Look at this motherfucker. I don't know about the dude in the armor, but we can totally take these 4 kids.
There's one thing I was thinking the other day, and I was like, yeah, this is probably gonna happen as we play the game.
Yeah.
I've said a bunch of times, like, people still like Stormblood, but some people think it's kind of a dip. It's like, not as memorable and big as Heavensward, but people still seem to enjoy it here and there. Some people don't like it, but what I came to realize when thinking about it is, no matter what, you're definitely gonna like Stormblood more than Chris. He could love the game Stormblood, for all I know.
Yeah.
However much he likes it, I am almost certain you will like it more.
I'm gonna guess based on that scale off of it, I'm gonna be saying a whole lot of things that just go straight to my aesthetic.
Yeah, because you know Chris was like, oh, dragons and snow, that's my aesthetic.
Yeah.
Stormblood is the Gavin aesthetic adventure.
Oh shit, the man himself is here.
What's the Emperor doing out here?
In person, no else. That's what gets me. I did like the touch of his other guy there, I presume 6th Legion leader, was just like, who the fuck are you? Not everyone is completely aware of who we are. Nice binding icons to their will. I suppose technically, even after a manner of speaking, the ultimate weapon did that. Alright, so he's just, yeah, Gaius, but like ranked up, because he's got the same we disagree on the solution even though we both agree primals suck.
No, that's just the whole Empire just hates primals.
Fair enough, honestly.
Gaius's whole thing was, it's not about primals, it's about man. What man wants. To take the reins. To forge their own destiny. He was like individualism big.
Alpha No just calls it straight out. You just want fucking genocide, are you kidding?
この状況でよくも抜け抜けと本音を言うものだ。まあよい。エオルゼアの支配権など、推しの運命に比べればさまつなことに過ぎぬ。
Oh, that's a yes.
万神を制することこそが皇帝たる我が役目。
I mean, at least I respect his aesthetic style, I must say. My kingdom for a cape that big. Oh, well, this is unfortunate.
He needs a very large cape because of how wide his shoulder pads are. Don't kill our bird friends.
Oh, I was expecting Sid, actually. Where did you get the white one? Regula's on top of shit, I know this. Ah. That would be the Hell Fortress ship they were talking about.
The Agrius 2! I don't actually know if it has a name. It's large.
Some balls to just shoot a shot down as a smoke screen right in front of your Emperor.
They know what they're doing.
They do, clearly. But it's still some mad balls. Fuck, that thing's big. Maybe he just wants to like fucking get amongst it himself. That's not my question, Lucia. You know, that's good. A good idea. My question is more just where did you get it? I mean, I'm sure Sid's fine. Actually, yes, I can fly now.
When you got the Aetherites, did you end up doing some of the extended storyline stuff as well?
I haven't yet, but I intend to. I have, like, you know, the ones marked down that do go into storylines.
The one where it's like, there's a big chocobo, let's find it.
Yeah, there's a big chocobo that beat the shit out of everyone.
There's also the one here who is like, oh, my brother, he can't pass his Vanu Vanu final exam.
He's failed 7 times, please help. Speaking of big chocobos, because David resubbed, I got the 2-seater chocobo.
That's the recruiter friend for you.
Procession of notable bastards. Yeah, that is a point. If it was just we need to wipe out beast tribes, they would have just blasted it from orbit. From the giant ship.
Well, let's after them. You also got the Sid minion.
Yeah.
Now that's a clean looking inventory.
Tidied everything up. Tuck stuff away, got rid of stuff I assumed I at least wouldn't need for the moment. Sid has news he believes will please me. Oh yeah, they can fit it on the ship. Sick.
But boy, does Azisla look like some sort of final area.
It does, yes.
とっさとはいえ、魔導アーマーに乗ることになるとは。運命とは皮肉なものだな。
We've piloted one of these before. The dot.
私の名はルキア・ゴー・ユニウス。
She did say she was a foreigner to Ishgard.
Yes.
ガレマール帝国人だ。
I actually didn't question that, but like, how did she know how to pilot it? Right enough.
イシュガルドであんたに会った時はさすがの俺もビビったぜ。なんせあんたはリビアに瓜二つなんだからな。
Sid knew her, or of her.
リビアだって
No,
Wait,
not necessarily.
女幹部の
that one?
The one we killed.
Oh.
Sisters!
That's... Ah, that's it.
私の妹さ。繊細孤児だった私たち姉妹は別々の家庭に引き取られ。
No, we spent... Okay. We've spent little time together. I presume you're not gonna be too mad about how things turned out.
そして妹リビアは
Her sister
軍人
kicked
の
us
道
out
を歩み、私は工作員としての訓練
and
を
killed a
受ける
lot
こ
of
と
our
となった
friends. But don't.
It was justified on our end. Please understand. I'm trying to become a spy. Ah.
イシュガルドには
Fuck me. Gotta hand it to the Empire. They managed to get a spy into Ishgard.
任務で潜入した。教皇庁に秘匿している可能性があるという古代アラグ文明の遺物を探し出すためにな。
Sick.
「詳細は知らされていなかったが、おそらくそれこそが魔大陸の鍵だったのだろう。だがそこで私
So
はアイ
her
メリク
entire
様に出会
mission
ってしまっ
was
た。
that they believed Ishgard had the key to Azisla. The entire time.
It's not a bad assumption to make, actually, all things considered. Especially if you view them as, oh, they're just like mad religious people. They probably just have that stuffed in their big vault somewhere.
Yep. But the whole thing is she met Sir Emmerich, and that's when Sir Emmerich used his big boss magic on her, and she was like, oh, I like this guy. I'm gonna fight for him.
それが運命だというのなら私は幸運だったのだろう。最初は 任務のためと自分を偽り彼に近
I'll
づいた
be one Lucia
その
ocelot.
質問に触れるたび私の心は
David just messaged me, Ravana is fucking great. There's another one.
We got one, boys.
彼は教皇の私生児という生まれてはならぬ存在だった。私たち姉妹も自分たちの境遇を嘆いたこともある。だが彼は私たちとは違い運命を呪ったりはしなかった。
Just drawing to the strength of his ideals and will.
Again, big boss magic.
取り憑かれたところで意味はないか。私は生きる場所を見つけ故に帝国を捨てた。
That's a nice detail. She admitted it all and he still accepted her anyway.
私を信頼
That's
してく
because
れた。
Amric is cool.
He's cool.
あなたのアイメリク教への忠誠は疑うべくもない。しかしそれが本当ならば
We have to assume she knows Alpha
君
now.
の妹さんを
I feel like she hardly couldn't.
キャンプドラゴンヘッドでキコーラに出会った時言ったであろう。か
Yep.
妹は彼女の信念と
It is
愛
true,
す
she
る者のため
was
に戦った。
pretty much madly in love with old guys.
そしてそれはキコーラも同じはずだ。
Or obsessed one way or the other.
俺もガレアン人だ。何？同族は歓迎するぜ。しかも対ドラゴン用に持ってきた魔導アーマーを活躍させてくれたんだ。恩に着るってもんさ。
Yeah, it's not a Final Fantasy of a big empire if one of them doesn't decide to like side against it with you.
Yeah, but this is the second one. Sid was already there.
Yeah, but he's also the Cid. Which, the Cid isn't always a good guy, but
Yeah.
he usually is.
But he's the Sid. It's
He's
like
the
a
Sid.
special role.
So, like, there is the odd Final Fantasy where that changes, but I'll not say
よ
which.
し。しっかり捕まってるよ。
Oh, they should have heard as his law out some more.
見えたぞ。お客さん方。あれがま大陸のようだぜ。
That's his law, right? Look at it go. Well, I guess we're just gonna land and it's gonna be no big deal.
So, absolutely not. We're gonna be fighting some big orbs.
こいつは古代アラグ文明の遺産だ。
Elegans are very fond of their giant blue circular lights all over the place.
And orbs. They like orbs.
なんだ
くそ。魔法障壁だとでも言うのか。
That's probably a given.
このままじゃ戦隊が持たないっす。
I admire your gumption, but probably don't ram the barrier.
シド、一度イシュガルドに引こう。対策を立てなければとてもではないが。
くそったね。古代アラグ帝
I
国
mean, I agree.
手を焼かされっぱなしだぜ。
Fucking Elegans.
I guess we're not going to Az's Law yet.
Wouldn't be that easy. We can probably safely resume the Empire, can't get in either. But fuckers with the key can.
Thord and the Heavensward, having a blast, having fun, just looking at all these fun computers they have. I wonder what they will do with them.
Well, it could be on a floating research base that will make them think they can get to the heavens.
No, I think he was just like, we're going to the heavens because it's
That's yeah. That's just where it is.
There.
Fair enough.
I don't think it's for a theological reason.
Okay. Suppose thinking on it, that quest is level 57, so we've got some antics to pile through. I don't suppose it would be as easy as the Vanu had one key, do the other ones have keys as well? Probably not.
I don't know if they fully explain how the Vanu got the key in the first place, though. And they just put it on an island, and then Bismarck ate the island.
That's a good point, actually. They probably just find it and be like, oh, this looks like holy or something. Let's put it somewhere.
And Bismarck ate it.
Hey. Endediment is here. This is a good point. They probably defended everything so much because they realized how many problems it would cause with it.
魔大陸とは古代アラグ文明が築いた人工浮遊大陸らしいってことだ。教皇たちもそこに向かったと見て間違いないだろう。なるほど。状況は理解した。問題は魔大陸を覆う高密度のエーテル体だ。無理に接近しようものなら
Probably not going to be as easy as just fire a bunch of crystals at it either.
No.
Give me a sec. Something just tipped over, so I was just sorting it back out again.
詳しい仕組みはわからんが、おそらくは周辺のエーテルを雷属性に
A
変換
wall
し、
of lightning.
防御フィールドに転用しているんだろう。
例の
That's
鍵がな
pretty
ければ
powerful defense.
安全には近づけないということか。
Wall of lightning is a pretty powerful defense, yeah.
ま、持ち去られちまったもんのことをあれこれ考えても仕方がないさ。
シダ殿、貴公子としての知識を見込んで問いたい。強行突破の可能性はいかほどだろうか。
そうだな。真っ先に思いつくのは、これまで何度かやったことがある属性変換機構で雷属性を変換し打ち消すって方法だ。しかし今回はあまりにも規模がでかい。エンタープライズの積載量では
確かに対リヴァイアさんで用いられた双胴船は大型船2隻をつなぎ合わせた巨大なものだった。自力航行すらできないほどのね。
手がないわけじゃない。打ち消すのが無理なら一点突破だ。
Oh, it actually makes more sense just to pop through.
それは
Make a
高
big
密度のエーテ
battering
ルの刃を
ram
作り、向こうのフィールドを切り裂く。
Ah,
made
そ
out
れ
of
で作られ
crystal.
た昇格。いわば
I love you, Sid. I love your methods.
だがこれには
Just
エ
a
ーテ
fuck
ル
it,
の
ram
知識
it.
が必要不可欠になる。
We just need to find someone who's good at ethereal composition.
エーテル学の専門家か。
Ooh.
賢人の皆がいてくれればな。
賢人といえば昨晩タタル城が大騒ぎをしておったぞ。なんでも尋ね人の手がかりがつかめたとかで。
なんですって。
諦めなきゃ運は回ってくるぜ。お前たちは賢人探しの方を頼む。俺たちはエンタープライズの回収を進めておこ
Dude,
う。
look, it's not like, oh, we gotta build a giant, like, magic cannon or anything. It's like, nah, we gotta make a battering ram.
船体の強度を増やすのも当然だが、エーテルラムの搭載に備えて
An airship
も必
reborn,
要
you
だから
say.
な。ま
That's like the game we played, Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn.
Alright. So that's our, what do you know? Speak of your methods. Yes. Hmm. Alright, Pippin, what do you got? She must be roasting. That's her like Ishgardian winter coat. We're in the desert now.
Perhaps.
100 bodies of a dozen crystal brews. That would be where Yishchola brought the roof down. Yep. Most uncommon magic.
It's not a very common magic.
Ah. Steady on, Tatar. Even odds that Thancred probably isn't with Y'shtola then, that still leaves Minfilia, who was separate again from everyone else.
Don't forget Eden Papalimo.
Those two I'm still particularly curious about, because they were just in the city still. And we haven't found them. Or if we have, they've not been brought to us yet. Probably doesn't bode well at all. Over the mountain. is returning for. Odds are pretty good we're gonna find Yustola, more or less. Really is like, we can presume she's teleported Dangrid as well. Presumably didn't just leave him to die with the rest, but yeah. That's good thinking, actually.
Talk to the forest folk. They'll be like, hey, here you go.
We can see the magic. She's in that bush. Seeing a lot of canny sent out right now, aren't we?
A little bit, yeah.
It's nice. However, those aren't gonna make it easy for us, I presume.
Mori no Dai Seirei ni Yashitora-sanの行方を問うとして一つ問題があります。それは精霊と人の存在の違いに由来するもの。
存在の違いとは？
私たち人が他者を認識するとき、姿や声で違いを知り、名をつけることで区別します。ですが、純粋なエーテル体とも言うべき精霊は、エーテルの輝きや揺らぎを認識するのです。
How do you talk to a being that doesn't perceive anything anywhere close to the way you do?
空気の揺らめきである音に頼らぬゆえのこと。そのため、いかに言葉を尽くしても、精霊たちがヤシトラさんを認識するのは難儀でしょう。
Family member.
それなら心当たりがあるです。
Thank you, Tatar.
ヤシトラさんから妹さんがグリダニアに滞在してるって聞いたことがあるです。
まあ、それは素晴らしい。では、妹さんを探し出し。
I don't think Yashtola's sister's been mentioned yet, has she?
Nope. But if you're a summoner, you would know her because she's the summoner teacher.
Ah. That's fun. That makes sense as well. That's nifty. Falls. I'll stop there.
sure do love games with a lot of lore to pour over, though.
Yeah. I do like the way this one uses stuff like that, like the different job trees and all connect stuff together and implement them for like, you know, hook into them for the main story stuff. That's really nifty.
Such a dense amount of content, and I'm like, I want to look at all of it. Look at this thing. Look at this funny moment. It's neat.
Rather like how, you know, this expansion builds off quite a bit of Dragoon stuff and all.
Yes.
From cat to cat, can you come help us find your sister? Actually, looks like her too. She also says her name differently. Stola, not just Yishtola.
They go into it a bit in Stormblood, but Mikote have like clans. The reason their names all start with a letter and then a comma and then the rest of their name.
It's clan link or something.
Yeah. So technically it's like Mitra, Stola, stuff like that.
Aye.
But based on your clan, that's also the first part. So it is still proper to say like Ymitra, Y'shtola,
Okay.
stuff like that.
I did catch that tidbit there as well. Different mothers, but same father. Family drama or just unfortunate?
I don't know if that's actually anywhere. It could be.
Could be. Neither
Like we
though.
were just saying, there's lore.
There
I
is.
love a whole lot of story that I can consume. That's why it's like, oh, I like Final Fantasy XIV. I like other Final Fantasy games. I like Metal Gear Solid. I like a dense experience that's like, oh, I can think about different aspects, different sides, and different things.
Things to link together and go like, oh shit. Sure enough, these are the white mage teachers as well, aren't they? Chris got his representation after all.
So like, he's like, oh, there's the people, but what if I could heal someone in a cutscene? That'd be neat.
I mean, I don't get to stab people in cutscenes, so
森をたゆたう地脈の流れに身を任せ今もさまよう魂を探し出したまえ
シトラさん
If you want to get in touch with the elementals, you gotta be vibing with them.
got a vibe underneath the tree. One elementals that killed like a demon and a low level Asian under this tree.
地脈を開きます
Or, you know, the Asian's body anyway.
I think they found her.
Yeah, she's got the tattoo. I suppose the question is, does she look naked because she fucked up Flo, or is Flo slightly banned because it also just kept stripping you of everything you had when you used it?
Clothes don't go into the live stream, Gavin.
Thank you kindly, good sir. Or madam, rather.
Don't put clothes into the live stream. They don't belong.
I suppose actually her wand didn't go with her, so hey. I'll let them do their
カー
business.
ラインカフェの宿に部屋を用意させてあります。急ぎヤストラさんをそちらへ。
I would presume we didn't just bring a corpse out of the live stream, so it's based on our understanding of how it works.
No, but I can't imagine being in the live stream for that long is good for you.
No, probably not.
You know,
Probably
just
fucks the soul up a bit.
Yeah. You know, just like atomized for a few months. Just floating around as like energy.
Trying to keep yourself from just dissolving.
So yeah, you asked if flow was banned because it leaves you naked. No, I think it's more probably the fact that maybe there's a chance you just don't come out on the other side.
I mean,
it's probably
yeah.
more right banned.
That's probably a bit more of an issue. But only probably. I called it flow because you go with the flow and you just fucking melt. Crafting endeavor. A new outfit and probably a new wand, presumably.
You stole a 2! The
Everyone-
new version!
Everyone's doing upgrade.
This time her shirt won't look like a sack of potatoes.
I feel like that was kind of like the white mage aesthetic a bit.
A little bit. But it was also, you know, the same asset you get at like White Mage level 10 throughout the entirety of A Realm Reborn for her. How's about we make them look like unique characters this time, rather than reuse clothing assets that are already in the game?
Yeah. I did like that detail. The Leatherworker Guild mistress does know me because I do my leatherworking. It's the little touches.
Very useful in this type of game when they're trying to make it, you know, kind of a lived-in world.
Yeah, it does it a lot better than quite a few other games, where sometimes the traditional Elder Scrolls problem of like you can see the entire realm and people will still go like, who the fuck are you? Like random guards will go like, if you cause trouble I will crush you beneath my boot. I'm like, do you know who I am? I killed Dragon God. Biddy. I remember Chris complaining about the look of this guy, I think.
He's like a funny looking kid with horns. And also apparently he's like the trope who's like, I'm like 100 years old.
Ah, okay. Ah, he is tiny. Hello, Emily.
I don't think of it specifically that trope though. He's just like, what I remember specifically is in one of Chris's early White Conjurer cutscenes. Before White Mage, when he was still doing errands for that guy, is like, don't look at me like I'm a child. I'm older than you. It's like, that's silly.
Fucking elves, man. If he is an elf. Elves. No, it doesn't look around. Oops. Alright. Sick. She's back in order. Maybe. Or at least the Conjurers are okay with it. You don't want to know what we've been up to since you were out.
アルフィノ様、少し雰囲気が変わったのかしら。変ね。今まで以上に人のエーテルを強く感じられるわ。
I mean, he has changed clothes and done some growth.
は大丈夫なのかい？
ありがとうミトラ。また後で。
先の戦勝祝賀会の後、何があったんだい？脱出路は瓦礫の山だったというが。
あなたとミンフィリアを逃がすため、追っ手の足止めに地下水道の天井を崩落させたの。その際、せめて一緒にいたサンクレットだけでも助けようとエンシェントテレポを発動したのだけれど、地脈をさまようことになってしまったわ。そういえばミンフィリアはみんなはどこなの？
Is it me or her eyes like a lot shinier now?
They do.
残念ながら君以外は消息を絶ったままだ。君たちを追っていたのはクリスタルブレイブだったそうだね。すまない。すべては私のおごりが招いた結果だ。
いいえ、そんなことはないわ。暁の灯火を消さずにいてくれてありがとう、アルフィノ様。
他のみんなもきっと生きてるです。受付の名にかけて私が見つけ出してみ
So on that note, I don't suppose you had any idea where you were sending Thancred, do you, Ishtal?
そうだね。
Just somewhere. Don't worry, you'll
そして
find him eventually.
暁を立て直そう。
元気な姿を見て安心したわ。なら私も張り切
In
らな
any
いとね。
case, party member regained.
Hell yeah. Must feel good to have legs
エ
again.
シトラさん、お着替えはこちらです。実はイシュガルドで裁縫の修行をして作っていたのです。再会に備えて新しい衣装を。
Get out, Alphino. I like that detail. Okay, I also leave. I guess because it would be weird if they just let you stay there and male player characters also had to leave.
I mean, it's just polite as well.
It is, Hey. She's got a full tilt staff now, too.
Knew Y'shtola would be like different and not looking like a character you could find out in like loose elements just standing around. New player, no. Unique design.
Hell yeah.
タタルから話を聞い
It's
た
a
わ。
good look, too.
ナナも陛下の暗殺計画にイシュガルドの動乱、予想以上に時間が経過していたのね。
我々の目下の目的は魔大陸に向かったイシュガルド教皇を追うことだ。
Also, it is the fact that by Heavensward they phased out one-handed magic wands and staves and everything, making it so paladins are the
それに
only
は
job in the
魔大
game that
陸を
can
守る防
wield
御
a
フィール
shield.
ドを突破するための飛
Nifty.
空艇に取り付けるエーテルの昇格、エーテルラムが必要なのね。
そうなんだ。君のエーテル学の知識で
You remember when
どうに
Chris
か
had a
なら
shield
ないも
at
の
some
だろうか。
point? It was like, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
アラグが誇る防御フィールドを貫き、飛空艇が通
Part
過
of me
できる
feels
ほど
like they
の
just
大
were
穴
like,
を
why
奪
are
つ
we
とな
even
ると、
bothering? Trying to
一筋縄では
balance
い
like,
かない
oh,
わね。
you want this wand or do you want this one with a shield? Who knows?
Yeah.
There's no real reason, so they're like, first expansion, cut it out, get rid of it. It's done. It was a remnant from 1.0, we don't need it.
Because like even in traditional Final Fantasies, where like white and black mages, especially black mages, could wield a shield in one hand, or like black mages could also wield like knives and all. It's kind of like you would basically never actually use that though. You would always give them big stick for big magic. 'Cause, shield's not gonna make a difference.
シャーレアンが誇るエーテル学の権威、魔刀野郎の知恵を借りれば、あるいは
Matoya.
Yes, Matoya.
Oh.
That's a Final Fantasy 1 reference.
It is, yes. I just finished up Orcs and Men, and it was such a huge surprise. I always heard the game is completely average when we played it. It's in the same series as Styx, but the game is actually extremely good. I've heard the name in passing, but I've never, like, perceived anything of it. What's it like? Vanian Hinterlands.
I do believe I went over how there was the Charlayan, colony in Eorzea, and there was also the Motherland. Or that might have just been Chris, I don't know.
That might have just been Chris, because it doesn't ring familiar.
Alright. the archons of Charlene, like the Sons of Saint Koinak or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Stuff like that. The Circle of Knowing as it was before. It's
The Scion.
Swan and his gang.
Yeah.
From Charlene, which is like an island nation of scholars, and is entirely neutral in world events. They just like to sit there and learn things.
Yeah.
But there was a colony of Charlene in Eorzea. It's a little confusing when they talk about it, though, because they refer to both as Charlene.
Okay. And that was in the area of the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yep, that's where the colony is.
Okay. And then when the
Once
Empire
they-
began doing shit.
They were like, well, let's get out of here.
Fair enough. Maybe a grueling journey for you two. I'm just gonna fucking teleport. Yeehaw.
Oh, there's one thing I want you to test that Chris told me to try and have you test.
Hmm.
There is a loading zone for the hinterlands in the forelands.
Alright.
He wants you to check if it's blocked off before you actually like finish this right here.
Alright, that's the door there, I presume.
Yeah, right there.
Alright, let's go look.
I'm pretty sure like it is.
Yeah, it would make sense to be.
I believe it's like this little gate, and I'm pretty sure it's closed. It was open when he first went to the hinterlands. Also, he made fun of it saying hinterlands.
Why?
Because he's like, the hinterlands? He's like, yeah, Chris, the forelands and the hinterlands.
That's a word, yeah.
He's like, I didn't know that was a word or something to that. I was like, don't worry about it. It's the hinterlands.
It does tickle me whenever the word things come up that baffle me, because like a lot of them I either know from reading a lot of fantasy books, or just reading a lot of stuff when I was younger, or just playing a lot of RPGs, and usually a lot of Final Fantasies at that. Yeah, that's closed.
Alright. And I
Can't
don't
get
think
through.
you can go above it either. I think it's just the little circle is where the loading zone will go.
Yeah, wall blocks me from going over.
Even though you can fly, it doesn't make sense. Who cares?
Doesn't have to. I mean, it's all magic shit, so who knows?
Who knows?
Some things are just that you can't always be a power gaming fucker, so.
In any case, we checked, so yep, it blocks you off. You can't just go in.
I need to let them know that at some point. He says, sure, it has its problems, but the game gets so much right that 99% of games get wrong. It's very good pacing, you were never in the same place for hours, you always feel like you're making progress. Jerry is a sensible size and not the same cave copy-pasted 50 times in a row. Even the side quests all feel like important progress since you connected to your main mission or to your characters, like defeating a personal enemy. I like that. That's quite nice. Modeling side quests off of like, your party or immediately people around you. Yeah, she's probably not doing too good having to walk this much after just coming back to reality. As we're getting close, I think soon I'll hop the final Heavensward Dragoon quest and get myself all armored up and everything.
We're getting there.
It's an interesting thing where, like, I could kind of feel, like, you know, the gears, like, stats beginning to drop off, but then also the moves I have, like, made up for it quite a bit, now having, like 2 4-hit combos. It's interesting that way. The top end of Realm Reborn gear really does last you, like, basically just straight to the end, more or less.
It does. That's essentially, like, because if you really boil it down,
Yeah.
if it didn't, what would you be grinding in the patch cycle for?
Yeah, that's the thing a lot of games will get wrong with stuff.
In this case, it's like, hey, if you grinded for it, you don't have to worry about it for pretty much the entire main expansion. And now it's open.
It's open now, yeah.
It's your reward for putting in the work is, hey, see this whole nice new expansion? These new areas, this new place, this new world for you to explore and live in. Don't worry about grinding.
Yeah, just,
You did it already.
it's really nice. It's nice to be rewarded for that.
無数の小川となって下り、やがて集まり、砂略川となる。この大河の恵みにより、低地ドラバニアは豊かな自然に恵まれ、長らく一つの都市を養ってきた。学術都市シャーレアン。
Like they said, it used to be the Charlean colony.
に去り、廃墟と化した都である。
They did some fancy work out of it for a colony too.
Too bad it's abandoned.
Yeah, I could still be making use of that. If I get it protected enough, maybe we find a place for the dolmens. Oh, abandoned except for Matoya. Can't help but notice that giant bubble over the left.
It's there, and it's mysterious.
Where are we headed? Follow marker. Well, this one's actually high level enough to aggro on me. Just trying to have a look at the weird plants. It's a nifty thing I've noticed every now and then. Maybe it's because I'm higher level out here and it gets like taken off because of scaling or something. But Fang and Claw can lead into enhanced wheeling thrust, or rather wheeling thrust. Which is nifty. I noticed it wasn't happening in the Bismarck fight, so I wonder if that's a level thing or a chance thing.
But it's not the enhanced wheeling thrust, though, I don't think. I think you still have to do the full combo for that. Not sure. I haven't played Dragoon.
It's something funky. Or like sometimes. Let's try another one, see if it's consistent. This is Fang and Claw, and yeah, that does give enhanced wielding thrust. I could have sworn that wasn't happening in the Bismarck fight. Maybe it was doing it wrong. I feel like I wasn't though, because I was getting to Fang and Claw. I don't know. Well, I'll have to have a nosy at some point.
I think you might be able to do it the other way too.
Yeah, the other combo and then go to Fang and Claw.
I think so.
Let's have a look.
It might be something, because
Yep.
in Stormblood, a lot of the moves you actually unlock without doing the job quests.
Yeah.
Like, you have some moves that you still haven't been using because...
Dragon Eye or whatever it is, yeah.
Yep. Things like that. Because it's like, well, you're not able to use them yet, only in the field. So there might be a trait you got that lets you do that.
Yeah, actually that's probably it. Also, sure enough, yeah, the other way around, I can also go from Wheeling Thrust into Fang and Claw. That's master.
That makes it easy to refresh Blood of the Dragon, though.
There it is as well. Allows immediate execution of Wheeling Thrust after Fang and Claw, or Fang and Claw after Wheeling Thrust. That's level 64. Yeah.
Yep. So that's beyond your Heavensward content.
That's why I couldn't do it against the Bismarck fight. Nifty.
Funny Dragoon.
Goblin Machine. Anyways, the game is fairly unique. Outside of combat, it controls like a third-person action game. But you should be mindful of where I'm driving. There's things here with Tarantula Hawk. Pardon me. Fuck me. That's a name and a half. You know, direct control of the characters. You slow down time, select the target, and you key up the skills. Then use automatically. That sounds a lot like more traditional RPGs in a way. Or probably more traditional JRPGs, I should say. Tarantula Hawk is a real animal. It did sound vaguely familiar. I'd have to guess based on that, it's probably a big fuck off wasp that eats tarantulas. Yeah, there's a little, yeah, sure enough, a little goblin place out here. One would wonder, like, it is a very nice looking place, but the Charlayans have some balls on them to want to come out to a place with these giant hell wasps. Well, we're gonna have to go through you to get up here, I think. Did I have unfinal stings that attack there? Curious. Poison +1. There's getting fucked up and weird out here.
I think he was trying to put multiple stacks of poison on you.
biggest kind of spider hunting wasp. Paralyze the tarantula and puts a single egg in it, then the larva eats a paralyzed tarantula inside out. Heard a lot of different wasps doing that for different things. Nightmare creatures. Music here is pretty nice. Knowledge seeks no man.
It's abandoned. How sad.
Or not, apparently.
Oh dear. It seems when the Charlayans left, the goblins moved in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or Alpha, no, it's a bit... You rush to say they're pillared in the place. At the same time, you should tell it, you didn't live here.
No, you should all lived there.
I guess right enough Alphino didn't live here, you still lived here.
No, I'm pretty sure Alphino lived here too, but he was a kid when it happened.
He said like they were scarcely born when they suddenly got taken, so he doesn't remember it much.
Yeah, but he was like 3. And Louis Soir was like, alright, we're moving everybody, get out, no more, Empire's doing stuff. Time to move, grandkids. That's how it happened. I'm pretty sure they moved back to Charlayan proper for a time. But you know, why wouldn't the goblins move in? They like knowledge, they like machines.
Yeah, they're very...
knowledge.
There's that one Mutamix who's like the Grand High Wizard of Materia, really. They've got their magical senses about them. Hello.
Also, it was at this point
Yep.
it was worth explaining, like, when they say that's actually just onomatopoeia for their rebreather going off.
I figured, yeah. It was like just a big breath and like...
Yep, that's because they're wearing those masks, because humans and other things are stinky. That's the reason why they wear masks.
I mean, yeah, I can't blame, like, if you always just left it here, you can hardly blame them for taking it. They're not wrong to say, hey, like you fucking left it. Midnight Dew.
And it's not just the goblins.
Oh, hell. It almost settled, and then treasure hunters showed up.
Well, now Idleshire, not Charlayan, is in its place, and it's a collaborative event between between goblins and the other people folk to make a nice little settlement city.
And the Goblin Illuminati are also bothering them, of course. So that is a salient point, though. Why do the Charlatanes just leave traps all over the place, the bastards?
Well, they're like, the Empire's gonna come for our knowledge, so we're gonna go in all our libraries, so what we gotta do is we gotta leave lots of bombs, and maybe they'll die.
And if I'm not wrong, the Empire is just pretty categorically not giving a shit about around here, are they?
Not really. I mean, it's in Dravania.
Yeah.
On the other half of the continent where there's the land bridge from Garlemald to Eorzea.
I suppose.
Like, if you want, you can pull up the map real quick. You can see kind of where that land bridge is, and you can see where Dravania is in relative to it. You can see why would they go all the way over there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, they go from all the way from there. They've taken over Girabania because that's where Alamigo is.
Yeah, it's the far opposite end of the continent.
It's like a big choke point.
It really is. Like, why would they? Alright. Gotta go kill some golems. Coded command, knots and crosses should just make them shut down. Huh.
They're doing one of these again where you gotta say it in say mode and embarrass yourself in front of other players.
I mean, I don't find it so embarrassing. Speaking of other players, quite a lot on the boat.
It's almost like Idleshire is important.
Oh. It's very dramatic on making.
You've just killed a golem. How do you feel about yourself?
I mean, killing's what I do.
I guess.
There's no skin off my nose. Oops. We should probably tell them this, but... Oh, controller battery low.
I think...
Yep.
I'm pretty sure if you press the up arrow, that's at like the bottom of it, I'm pretty sure it'll do what happens if you press the up arrow in keyboard mode and the PC mode, and it'll just re-enter your previous message.
That would be nice.
But you already finished it. But you can see if it works.
It does work, yeah. That's good to know. Another thing that I like is the game's pretty clear about your main mission. From start to end, you know exactly what you're supposed to do, which is surprisingly rare in the linear games. In many games, you're more like a passive observer when it comes to the story. But here, since you know exactly what's supposed to happen at a point in time, it feels like a big deal when something doesn't go as planned. The player feels much involved in the story despite not actually much influence on it. That's neat. It does sound pretty nice, actually.
Something that's also worth mentioning is that on release of 3.0,
Yeah.
Idleshire was in a lot more ruin, and then from 3.1 to 3.56,
Yeah.
they actually built up the area to make it like, so it actually was in kind of bad shape. Like how they're talking about it in the story at this moment, they're like, yeah, we're gonna fix this place up. But
That's neat.
you don't actually get to see them fix this place up because it happened years ago.
Oh well.
You can always watch like, there's like a video time lapse. It's like 3.0, 3.1 version.
Yeah.
But they rebuilt the whole area over patches just to make it seem like, hey, they're living in it.
That's pretty nice. Again, makes that whole like living world thing come together quite well.
I like when they do things like that in the game.
What is this in relation to us? This is actually way more zoomed out than I expected it to be. Right there, down there, right. No worries. Oh, David's logged out.
Goodbye, David.
Goodbye. I'm just saying, if this little patch here, and by patch I mean this area of game we're in, has us fighting the primal of the Illuminati, I'm going to lose my shit. Laughing, that is. Just for, you know, the way that phrase is. We are fighting the Illuminati's god, false god. But they don't seem like that sort, they seem more like a technologically inclined set, I should say.
Who's to say?
Robot primal. The current. I mean, there is that ominous magic bubble over there, which is a bit concerning.
Don't want to give too much away.
Mm. Alright, where are you? Yep. Brayflox, you mad bastard. Oh, whoops. I must depart for a bit. I should have known, really. I was thinking about how we fought, you know, we dealt with Illuminati shit in the Long Stop Part 2, or Long Stop Hard.
This time they might want more than just cheese.
Because in the war they went to over cheese. Oh, please, Brayflox, watch your phrasing. Lusty eyes for junk of Brayflox. Let's speak of the devils.
Not quick thinks all thoughts.
Such a name. It really is about the fucking cheese, still. They're still angry about the fucking cheese.
They're still mad.
And they've made a new tank.
I like how one of Quick Things' eyes is like half open on his mask.
Yeah.
I think that's nice. I think like a good detail.
Quite a nifty looking like armor mask that. Alright, get amongst it. First one, get you. Goblins, man. Alright, that's a deal. You don't panic or anything. Okay, good. Oh, those were a lot more wide-reaching than I thought. Kill the time then. Now seems as good a time as any. What are you going to do? You're still up.
Something.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing this time.
Anything but a spell. It's the worst thing you could do.
Goblins. Not making it easy to see what I'm fucking hitting here, I will say that. She did it, too.
Well, that did a lot of damage.
Wiped it all down. Let's just clean up one at a time. Yep. Thinking I will need that armor and new spear sooner or later.
Well, isn't it great that you get armor for beating the last job quest?
It really is.
Right at the exact time you need it. It's almost like they know what they're doing with all the stats.
It really
They have
is.
some kind of math wizard who knows when stats should be what.
It's got like game design or something going on. Things are getting a little cheeky. Not too bothersome, but getting a little cheeky, and I feel like I should be tearing some of these a bit faster.
But yes, your job gear is like a stopgap until you start grinding for the hot gear.
Yeah. So story itself is nothing special, but it feels rarely done for the setting. The story is a typical action movie story of two unlikely partners, far behind the front lines, alone in enemy land. Haven't seen done in a fantasy setting yet. Not exactly in that style, but like that kind of dynamic appears a lot and stuff. Final Fantasies of that dynamic quite a bit. Only sec, I see you the current. I see play from the point of view of the orcs that are about to get destroyed by the humans. That's nifty. Characters are the orc Archeo and the goblin Styx, who are trying to kill the human emperor, which is the last chance for the orcs to win the war. Slightly nonsensical plot twist towards the end. Oh. No one bats 100, I suppose. Broiled in a cheese war. Charlotte has taken quite some turns.
Oh, there's one cool quality of life feature they added in 5.4. Open your duty finder and go to the roulettes tab. First of all, they removed duty roulette colon whatever it is from it because you already know it's a duty roulette.
Yeah.
The duty roulette tabs. They're like, that's redundant. Second, if you look to the right, you can actually see the party member in need rather than having to hover over each one.
That's pretty nice.
You don't need to pick it and be like, does this one need a DPS or something? That being said, it's all like saying, hey, we need tanks and healers. Which is the usual, but it'll at least have, you know, the icon instead of you having to select it and say, oh, this one says adventurer in need tank, adventurer in need healer, yada yada.
I think that's how I finally noticed like some of the alliance raids, because I didn't actually it's subtle enough that I also hadn't used the duty roulettes in a while, but I hadn't noticed that was actually new. But I welcome it, because that will let me at a glance see, hey, alliance raids want DPS, get in there. Which is quite nice.
Duty roulettes are where grinding lives, where you get experience, you get your money, stuff.
You get to meet people and have shenanigans.
And you primarily in roulettes is where you get your tombstones.
Yeah, I'm still at like 2,000 out of 2,000 on those. Haven't had a use for them since we got the Ironworks gear. Are the tombstones of poetic used for anything else, or is it just that?
There's some items you buy from end game vendors and stuff. Is like you only get from them, and they cost tombstones.
It is still like it's used across expansion areas. Then it's not just like these are the ones for AR.
Oh, poetics are the default tombstone.
Okay.
They're like they're the universal tombstone.
Okay.
The other two you see in when you pull up the currency window, and it's like tombstones of allegory and tombstones of revelation.
Yeah.
Those ones, whatever those two types of tombstones are, you don't see them unless you're at the current endgame.
Okay. Then sure enough, it is allegory and revelation. I noticed revelation also has this week 0 out of 450.
Yes. I will explain that once you actually have to keep that type of stuff in mind. I wrote a whole text document on it once that might help.
That'll be good.
But you're only going to be spending poetics.
Okay.
Until you're current.
Fair enough. Let's see.
They're the default need to buy something special for endgame purposes currency. So they are rather useful in that setting for many things.
Good, good. Speak with the Gobwatch. Well, such are goblins. How else were they gonna do it?
Explosion. Time to see Matoya.
Yeah. $59. That level jumped pretty quick there. It's good that she knows where the cave is. And help us. We also had to like this hunt caves until we find like the weird hermit inside one. Game also has a few random difficulty spikes early on. You spend time with a small mercenary company, and there's this rule you can challenge each of their members in order strongest the weakest. 4 members in second was somewhat strong in third and fourth. Also an hour before the final boss was a fight against random no-name enemies that was harder to win than the final fight. That's tragic. Especially if the fight's like mandatory, as you said, based on that is a bit like I should have reconsidered that one. I'm sure that does happen a good bit in RPGs.
When you were in Idleshire, did you get the Aetheryte?
No. Let's go back and do that now.
Let's do that right now, especially because the hinterlands proper do not have any Aetherites in it, and they expect you to go to Idleshire.
Yeah, let's go do that. Because at some point that was going to end up teleporting out of here to get the Dragoon armor, so that would be very nice to have that before. I keep forgetting about that. Where is it? I guess that would be why I didn't wander around the city much.
In fact, there's also 2 Aetherite shards in Idleshire. Like a mini city.
Yeah, there's one.
I mean, I never used them because it's a small enough area, but I attuned to them.
Yeah, might as well. It's nifty because while it is a city, we can like mount up, mount up in here and everything like the actual 3 main cities.
It's almost like some kind of special zone I alluded to in A Realm Reborn when we were playing that.
Apparently there's only one little Aetherite shard.
Oh.
So this music though.
Yes.
good. That's really good.
I suppose it's not really a secret, though. Idleshire is the endgame hub.
Ah, okay. That explains why everyone's hanging around.
Because I like I said in A Realm Reborn, I was like, Mordona is the endgame hub. But it's a little weird because it's also an area at the same time.
Yeah.
I was telling you, like, but in Heavensward they realized, what if we just make the endgame hub its own area with its own kind of rules? So it's like a city, but it's small, and also you can mount in it.
Yeah, that's nice.
So this is when they started doing unique endgame hubs.
That is nice to have it like off in some little special bit instead of part of a big wide area.
And to Chris's request, yes, you can change your glamour in there too. He couldn't do it in Mordona, but he can in there if he wants.
Yeah.
That's another reason why they're like, let's just make endgame hubs their own little isolated area as a special case. But if you count Idleshire, that's technically 7 new areas in Heavensward.
I think that counts because it has its own little vibe and everything. I do really like the look of this, like the very fancy Charlayan architecture, like overtaken completely by nature. So
Oh, that's actually the Arboreum. That's where they study plants.
Plants are just running wild over it now. It's a very nice looking area, though. Like, really nice looking area.
Very pleasant and proper ruins.
Yeah.
Mostly because they're ruins, but they're still fairly recent. They were like, oh, it's 15 years ago.
Yeah, so everything hasn't gone completely to shit, but it's getting there. Maybe. Try enough, it's all caves down here. Sun Beach. I suppose this essay is like a very Mordona equivalent in that sense, so all the enemies around here are like 58 and 59. Fucking frog wizards and shit.
Yep, all they had to do for Mordona, they were like, was just make a separate loading zone. But it's also the case that it was like, you were practically going to Azislav when you only went to 4 new areas, and it's like, but usually there's 6.
Yeah, actually.
6 per expansion is how they've been doing it since Heavensward.
Icy wall.
They're like, ah, the hinterlands.
Toya has talking frogs. Mouse trap. This is very Final Fantasy 1 that I'm talking frogs about the place and all. Next we're gonna have like brooms that speak backwards or something. So just don't mind my like coiling dragon aura, that just happens every now and then.
Matoya. She's an old lady in a cave.
She's an old witch. Some things don't change.
Hey, look, a broom.
Hey.
ノックならしたわよ。物騒な使い魔たちを
It's
叩きの
almost
めし
like
て
what you
ね。
said.
You better speak backwards when I talk, dude.
いくつになっても無鉄砲なところは変わらないね。それに可愛げのないところも。
あなたが師匠だったからかしら。待とうや、会いたかったわ。
おてんばのシトラがずいぶん立派になったもんだ。いい顔になったよ。怒ってもいいくらいにね。後ろの坊主は
Granddaughter.
ルイゾアの孫だね。祖父をご存知なのですか？ルイゾアのジジイとはよく喧嘩したもんさ。融通の利かない頑固者だったがね。あんたにも赤ん坊の頃
Also the music in here. It's an old Final Fantasy tune, that one. It's like usually a village tune, that. That's nice.
では、お久しぶりですということになりますね、マトウヤ様。おためごかしな挨拶はおよし。こんな偏僻な場所まで。
I don't get spoken to because I am not Charlean or have white hair or gray hair. Yeah, this straight up is that old. It's like my Ul'dah is very sprite and everything. That's nice.
やれやれ。この年になって再び魔大陸の名を聞くことになろうとはね。
知っているの？
いにしえの書の中で見たことがあるだけさ。古代アラグ帝国がその末期に作り上げた人工浮遊大陸。竜や万神といった強大な力を持つ存在を制すため、禁断の技術を編み出した
Primals and dragons, you say? I do believe I hear Luigi squeaking downstairs, so after this I'm gonna have to pause a sec.
That's okay.
だからこそ追わねばなりません。アシエンの存在が確認されている以上、その目論見を打ち砕かねばならないのです。なるほど。事情は分かったよ。
あら、やる気になるなんて珍しいわね。若者の気に当てられたかしら。
Don't test our luck, Yushtola.
ちっともおてんばが治っとらん。尻尾の1本や2本なくすくらいがちょうどいいのさ。あんたにはね。
Alright. Give me a wee sec.
I was typing something, Manly. I didn't notice your question. I'm doing all right. My apologies. I was typing on Discord.com. I mean, Discord, the app. I mean, you know. Because I was being asked a question from other group from my Final Fantasy 14. Oh.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
Hey, it does say backwards.
Wow, Gavin, it's exactly how you said it was going to be, brooms that speak backwards.
One of them should
Can
tell
you
me how to
believe
open the map. Sweep with me or die. Can you do anything less? I'm glad. It makes me happy they actually did this and all. Oh well. Move to remnants.
50年ほど前、北州イルサバード大陸に帝国が起こって間もない頃の話さ。急速に領土拡大を始めたガレマール帝国に対して、いくつかの対抗手段が練られることになってね。
Ferret Converter.
そこでわしが担当したのがエーテル収束機だ。
You know what though? I just thought about it. The Empire probably did try to invade Charlayan, but then they were like, ah, there's too many booby traps, let's just not.
Yeah. Probably went like, hey, well, you know. What good will it do?
ところがどうだい。研究も大詰めってところで、哲学者議会の連中と来たら、わしの研究成果を大量破壊兵器の開発だと罵りおった。
Parent Street will get optical fiber cables. A TeamSpeak currently programming their own Discord. Barely only used because Discord is established. You basically have to wait till Discord does something hideous to shit the bed and unseat itself at this point, really.
頭に来たわしは研究成果を禁書封印してやったのさ。
I like Matoya's style.
誰の手にも入らぬように。いざ帝国が攻めてきた時、慌てるがいいさとね。
技術は純粋な学問。どう使うのかは人次第。マトーヤの口癖だったじゃない。
元よりあの石頭どもにはヘキヘキしてたからね。ここに引っ込むことを決めたのさ。
Toy is a crazy old
大
lady.
撤収。
She's crazy. She's wild. She's big stuff.
Sick of all this moderation and the consideration of how to use knowledge. You just like, fuck it, I want to make something blow up.
まるで祖父を見ているようです。
それでマトーヤ、その研究成果の封印を解いて私たちに見せてくれるのよね。
シャーレアンが誇る知識の伝道。グブラ
Yeah, Louis Swa didn't like the forum or the bureaucracy stuff either.
の金書庫に眠っているよ。
Birds of a feather, these two.
呆れるほど厳重ね。まあいいわ。
Ah, do I detect the dungeon?
私たちの腕なら問題ないはず。さあ、行きましょう。
some kind of dungeonish area. But that is the thing when you think about it.
It's crazy old lady. You must help me make new frogs.
I disconnected. How much did you hear of my talking?
I didn't hear any, I'm afraid.
I was talking about how Charlayan, as a nation of scholars, is supposed to be neutral. Louis didn't seem to fully believe in that either. Because he was not particularly neutral when he was like, I'm gonna defeat Bahamut.
No, not at all. But he is right, too. Why do he lose? Let's go. Pop this. And I think before I go into this dungeon, I'm gonna tag out and go do my job quest. I did it manually, I was just waiting for an opportunity to roll back to them. That is as good as time as any. Fights of the mercenary company are optional. With the other fights you can actually sneak in with sticks and assassinate a few enemies before the fight to make it easier. It's also not easily done in the fight an hour before the end. You think the game has a few on-window fights where you're supposed to sneak in first and assassinate half of them with sticks, but I always did that anyway. That as a mechanic in itself is very interesting. Just jumping into fights ahead of time and picking off enemies where you can. Completely avoid like that when all enemies face away from each other and don't notice getting assassinated in the others. That's good shit. I like that, like preemptively taking enemies out before like certain fights. That's a nice layer of tactics to things. It's quite a way, look. Whoa. There's a giant false ape out here. False Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus. Eventually I'll say it. I wanted to say something, but for fuck's sake.
That doesn't look like a fake monkey, that looks like a monkey.
Does indeed say it was false.
Seems very monkey-esque to me.
Who can truly know the truth of the monkey? Isn't it the giant orangutan? I don't know. I don't know monkey words.
Boy, I certainly heard the duty unlocked sound very clearly from your microphone.
Oh, that's just gonna have to happen, I'm afraid.
Oh, I know. I'm just commenting on it because it's very funny to me.
There's the boom.
I was sitting there and I heard boom. I'm like, yep, that means he's got it.
Yeah.
Before it even showed up on stream.
No, I was gonna have to wait a sec. It's time to get some new duds. So as the archer concerned, I walked off to the library and come back in a totally new suit of armor and a fancy spear.
You don't even have to walk back, you just have to queue up.
That's true, actually. Even better. You alone shall have this battle.
Is this level 60 or level 58?
This is level 60, I think.
Oh?
'Cause it has... Yeah, level 60, it has a move and it has the coffer. The armor coffer by Dragon Lancer. Alright, Albert. Let's go. Follow the trail of carnage. Which reminds me, I've been doing like the samurai 50 to 60 quest line as well as leveling, and one that's actually a pretty, like, for all the few quests it has, it actually tells like a very neat story and it's got some fucking good quests in it. And two, fuck me, they're hard. Like, the level 61 for samurai, I had to kick it down to easy. I needed 2 layers of echo to actually beat it, just because the boss in it does such mad damage. It was quite a surprise coming from being used to just shitting over everything as a Dragoon.
sometimes that's how it is.
It was nice though. Hello, Luigi. Boom. As ever, my son, get off the iPad. You want to curl up on the bed? There you go. You got room. Just don't sit on the iPad. All right. Time to clash with this fucker, is it? Alright. Get.
That's a large dragon.
It is. He also furled me, the bastard. Wish I took off her. That's a bit more unfortunate. Oh gosh, it froze me right as I put on Dragon Blood. I was timing these freezes right in the middle of me setting up for shit. That time landing got me. Oh, that's gonna hurt. It's fine. Down he goes. I was gonna say, like, I'm clearly channeling some kind of dragon, given by the giant blue coiling shit going around me. You too can just juice it up. The Giganthope was a type of ape that was closely related to modern orangutans, died out between 100 and 300,000 years ago. When you find fossils of its teeth, based on those, it's probably around 3 meters tall. Of course, you can't be certain about its size, just based on teeth. Cryptid people try to convince scientists that Bigfoot is a subspecies of it. Of course they did.
Monkey. Monkey.
We're about to bring all that collapsing down. He's down, you're fine. No worries, Emily. Thanks for coming out and watching. Good night.
Goodbye, Emily. From me, Evan.
The particulars of the storyline are curious in light of what main story Heavensward is up to. Be interesting to see where it goes, after Heavensward when we're in the Stormblood and however the dragon thing ends up. We got our coffer. We got Gear Skull. Attack with a potency of 300 to all enemies in a straight line before you. Only executed under Blood of the Dragon. Oh! Is that just an attack by itself? It doesn't seem to follow on from others.
I think it's off global cooldown, so it's another reason to keep Blood of the Dragon up.
I must own Stormblood. I must complete main arc as far as your feet. Right. Once I can do that, off I go. Dragoon HW. I forgot about that. Alright. Hell yeah. Oh, I got like wing belt as well. That's rad. Hell yeah. Also, it has a teal. I guess for my teal to slide into. Where is it? Yeah, kind of pop the visor up. This is some Final Fantasy IV key and shit, this.
It's almost like they modeled Dragoon after Kane from Final Fantasy IV because he's one of the coolest and most memorable Dragoons.
Yeah. Shit's nice. For now, pop it over Sonic Thrust, because I can't use Sonic Thrust in Heavensward content anyway. This does bode the question of the spear. Although with the armor actually being up, this my damage is probably good enough, because that's some mad stats on these.
Yep, you're good now. You can beat Heavensward.
Hell yeah. Alright. Here off in another world, apparently.
I'm doing something at the moment.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
No, no. You do that.
I did a roulette.
Ah. Getting some leveling and getting some...
Yes, because unlike A Realm Reborn,
Yep.
it seems that just tagging along with you, I'm not really keeping pace as much. Like when I started with Chris, I think I was 62, and now we're near the end with you, and I'm like 65, while you're 68, so it's like,
I did have a significant lead going in, to be fair.
You did, but you know what I mean, it's like...
You haven't gained much now.
I haven't gained as much, just tagging.
Yeah, that's fair. What's Chris at then, by comparison?
I think around 65 as well.
Okay.
But like I said, post Heavensward, I was like, maybe I'll try Gunbreaker.
Oh, oops.
As another tank to level.
Yeah. Might as well, because like, I'm changing my class going into Stormblood soon.
I got a feeling you're changing to Samurai.
Might be, you know. Yeah,
Because it's almost like you were grinding for that.
It's almost like it's already like level 64.
Oh.
Also, the Dead Hive Katana, I love it. It's so good.
It's good.
It's so good.
It was a good purchase on my behalf.
Like, when you take it out, it's like briefly just like a vivid blue, and then it just heats up and goes like red along the blade. Also catches fire and starts letting out butterflies. It's like, this is amazing.
It makes you think though, because the katana is the only sword in this game to have a scabbard or a sheath or anything.
Yeah.
And it's entirely because it's such a thin blade that they've got to put the aesthetic on the sheath.
Yeah. To be fair, like, it does have a little sheath trick as well, where like there's like a latch at the end of the sheath that pops up whenever you take it out, and that goes from like blue to red as well. So,
But it also matters to have the sheath though, because you do like Madari Setsuga or other stuff, and it's like sheath the sword and then do your move like you're some kind of samurai from an anime.
it's all about that. Yeah, jutsu, just draw moves.
You couldn't do those draw moves if you didn't have one.
Exactly.
If you were just a gladiator, like if you were just a paladin like me and kept the sword on your hip.
Yeah, like
You need something to put it in so you can be Virgil Devil May's Cry.
It reminds me of like the first enemy you fight in like the first samurai job quest is actually a gladiator. Kind of draws the point home. We got shoes, we're fancy, and I will also say that class shits damage. It's kind of nuts.
Oh yeah, it's got tons of combos, and it's just like, what if all your hits were big, but you don't do as many hits as you do Dragoon, I don't think.
No, like Dragoon with like a Lance
Dragoon is
Mastery.
like
yeah.
It's like a higher CPM class, like commands per minute. It's like you have a very dense rotation as a Dragoon.
Yeah, because I've got like Blood of the Dragon, Lance Charge, like Faint, Light Surge.
And then throw your jumps in off global cooldown moments.
Yeah, 2 4-hit combo strings that with Lance Mastery actually become like 5 hits each. Whereas like Samurai is like 2 sets of 3 and like 3 sets of 2. And like the first 2 of those scale off like the same starting move, and the second 2 of those as 1 each. It's like one's your AoE pair and one's your like single target pair, basically.
One of the other people in our FC
Yeah.
is a tank main, like mainly plays tank as their role.
Aye.
When they do DPS, they like Samurai. And then when Shadowbringers came out, they were like, oh my goodness, Gunbreaker is my favorite, because it's just Samurai as a tank.
That's very... Between that and the whole, like, Gunblades and it being called Royal Guard, that tempts me towards Gunbreaker if I ever break out of DPS.
Gavin, you're gonna end up like me. You're gonna go for level 80 every job, you know it. You can't help yourself.
I know it.
Don't deny it. It's the truth. Anyway, I'm out of that duty. You can just pop me in now.
Alright. And friends.
I just think on the quest to get lots of leveled up jobs, though, you usually want to stay within your, your discipline.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for, like melee DPS or like tank or healer or range DPS. It's usually easier to stay in your discipline and move out from there.
Yeah, I'm finding that.
Although, I do have my level 80 machinist just because I was like, I want to have a gun.
That's entirely valid. I mean, even just like the brief dalliance in the red mages, me like I have to expand my brain to account for the sheer amount of shit I have to do as a caster.
Oh yeah, and also I got to level 70 as red mage.
Very nice.
The reason I did branch out like that is actually primarily because, like, first of all, I was like, machinist, that's cool. I want gun.
Yeah.
But also in Shadowbringers, there's a thing. I'm not gonna. This is like far off, so.
No.
But if you have a tank at 80, a caster, DPS magic.
Yeah.
At 80, a melee like physical damage. Not actually just melee. That's also ranged. It's included in that.
So magic and physical, yeah.
Physical DPS, magical DPS, tank, and healer at 80.
Yeah.
You get a quest line that's secret just to those people who did that.
Ooh.
I haven't gotten it yet.
That's interesting. I'll have to bear that in mind.
Oh, and if you get every class, all of them, every job to 80, you get a mount.
They do reward the madmen.
Shadowbringers is the first one where they were like, you know, we should be rewarding people who capped all their jobs. So they're like, here's your first job cap reward. In any case, though, since you were talking about samurai, doesn't it feel really nice when you do a big Madari Setsuga?
Yes, it does. I feel like you build it all up and then you just like you land it and you just see like, and then all the lance raids and shit I'm doing like legitimately like 3,000 damage in comparison to like Dragoon where it'd be like 1,500. I'm just kind of like, this is so good. I just ended that guy.
Big numbers.
It's just murder the classes.
Hey, guess who forgot to turn on tank stance? It was me because I was enjoying our conversation too much.
It's cool. This is the pair of giant dragonflies.
They're fine. It wasn't that big of a pull. There was a wall, like, right in front of us.
That's nice at least.
Also, listen to this jazzy music.
Yeah, it's quite... Some easy listening in this one. I guess
this one we're going a bit further.
Just fitting for a library. These are sentient ink bottles with wings.
Yep. Hey look, a book on Garlean Hierarchy, Volume 1.
We'll have to do a wee trip at the dungeon after we beat it to come pick these up.
This time we need to remember it, and so much so that I'm gonna...
make a note. I quite like the look of this place too.
There it is.
Hey.
This dungeon, I think, has some good lore, though.
Aye. Gerskugel also does a ton of damage for an AoE thing, in comparison to like Doomspike.
Yeah, it's like a...
No need to clemency. Also, it's like a really sick, I jump into the air and just like spin the lance downward. I like all the animations in this, like it's very Devil May Cry, these. Uh-oh. That's the Demon Wall, but as a book.
What if the Demon Wall was a book? Okay, healer's very confident, so I'll give it my all. It's similar to Demon Wall. Get out. Up, you didn't get out.
I did not see it because I'm ready. It's
It's
fine.
purple. Now you're very slow.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
You don't want slow, though, because at one point he's going to do like a arena-wide move, except if you go behind him when his pages are kind of closing.
Aye. Sick. I was out of that AoE, what the hell?
Pushed back, and this is when he's going to do disclosure. Get behind him.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't want to have slow at that part.
Yep. I can see that. No button. That would be why was reading the purple wrong visually. I kept stepping into it. That would explain many things.
Oh, also the arena's frozen like Shiva.
Yep, sliding around.
I love ice physics. Up. Cold. Okay, this time you can slide across.
Ooh, yeah.
And we're good. Ow. I'm gonna get hit by that. Yeah. I moved the opposite way out of that orange dot AoE.
It's a bit fiendish.
But it's dead. Demon Wall 2 defeated.
That was pretty nifty. Suppose that explains why at one point my health was quite low there, and I was like, I'm getting nervous here. It has a move called Bad Mouth, and it comes up and says, go and bugger yourself. That's precious.
Let's go over here. Hey, look, it's page 64.
Page 64? Oh, well, what do you know?
From the Great Library in Final Fantasy V.
Yeah.
It's almost like this, this dungeon is referencing Final Fantasy V a little bit.
Ones like this appeared as a optional super boss in Final Fantasy IX as well. Nifty.
What a great reference.
I like this. We're just getting a nice little batch of classic references.
Oh no, there he is again.
Well, I guess these will not follow us, so we have to beat them where we stand.
Nope, yeah, they're just books.
Makes sense.
These guys, though, ooh.
Oh, Garcizel has such range to boot.
Now look at you, now you've just got a really cool line AoE.
Yeah. 2 clear prisms. There's a book in here.
We'll read it after.
Yeah. Just making a note. It's not all Guardian hierarchy.
Oh, I should pull them over here so I can actually damage the book.
Pseudo Sprite.
I also like the gremlin is called Spanduli.
Level 5 death. That's a bit unfortunate.
Good thing I stunned him.
It's nifty seeing the level spells up here. God help us if they ever break out like level 4 holy.
Biblos. Mr. Books.
Sweet bibliotech. Oh, this is curious. This one scales to me.
So it's pretty much a guaranteed hit. It just matters that you don't put anyone else in between you and him.
Yeah.
Invulnerable, because we've got to kill his ads.
Dead. And bring the balls to him.
Bring him some balls.
He's complaining that it burns. I admit, I didn't expect him to speak.
Well, he's read a lot of books.
I suppose, actually. Makes sense everyone in here is a bit smart. I got over it. Ah, the damage of the times fell off.
Ouch, don't give us vulnerability 1.
Come on. It didn't, my ball did not jizz, that's fine.
No, I think you just need to give him 1 anyway.
Fair enough. Ever living bibliotaph. Tome shifters. Nefarious imps that must turn the pages for you. Fiends. This dungeon is a wee bit like, you know, nicely, it's not high pressure per se.
Pull into the wall, boys.
He's going for it. He's doing the big pull. The other thing, with Dragoon I have to get a bit fancy in my hands now because of so many moves, whereas the Samurai can still fit everything on the crossbar. Not that much thought.
You'll get there, you'll be the master of it all someday.
Yeah. I'm not doing too bad. It is just occasionally like, oh shit, I must.
And to think there's still more moves you'll need to get accustomed to.
Oh lord. I'm starting to wonder how they'll fit them all in, honestly. Not even like how I'll fit them in, how they'll fit them in.
Oh no, usually, like I said though, when they make a new expansion, they also consolidate or remove moves too.
Hmm.
It's also the fact that there's less moves given over time, like,
Yeah.
like a few moves. Like you remember in A Realm Reborn, you're like, bing, bang, boom, look.
Yeah. Heavensward of looking at like, you know, a few laughs, and I notice as it goes on it does drop down a bit. Probably pretty telling that Samurai actually starts with most of its moves by the look of it. Oh. You there?
I'm back.
He's back. So look at this guy.
How did the rest of that pull go?
Ah, we killed everything.
It's good.
I don't know where they are. There they are.
This is the second time where my internet turned off for like a second.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There we go. There's another long run Final Fantasy theme, this one. Force you to put one paw on the iPad as you pass, you being it.
Alright.
They have a macro for that.
I also didn't turn tank stance back. Okay, so these little circles, you gotta walk over them.
We gotta walk over them?
Yeah. When they have the chains, they're good.
Okay.
I also like that when I left the game and came back in, it turned off my tank stance. That's cool. That's cool. It's funny.
Yeah, it's really nice of it to do that.
These ones you have to have two people stand on them and block them off.
Here's the other guy. I'm dead.
Otherwise they spawn an ad.
Yeah, unfortunately I died. My bad. Good.
I think we're good.
That's why he's death balls he's shitting on me.
This one is 3.
That. You know, you three got it. The server's having a moment. My internet is one or two. It's fine. That or he's like, you know, I'm standing too far away of him, but he's big, so I'm thinking I'm still in range. Oh, they both left, so I can't command them.
Remember go back dungeon.
Yes, I remember.
I wrote it. I wrote it this time. In fact, if we want, you can just use return if
Yeah,
that's easy.
that would make sense, because then we could read everything in order. think there's any out here.
I think the Garlean hierarchy one is the most interesting one though, because it makes it understand better.
Hmm. I'll also explain the damage. I have 2 stacks of vulnerability dying. That fucker.
I have 5.
Oh dear. Alright. Option of titles. Zos is the Emperor, so that's the title part then. Okay.
The middle name is the title.
Nifty. Yay. Remember Roy found an excavation. Remember Roy found a note claiming the throne is Wur. Legatus is Van, sure enough, it was Van Gaius, wasn't it? Or Gaius Van Balzar.
Yes.
Cool.
Livius Sas Junis.
Ah, yeah, there she is. Ram, cool. Pure, Wim. Nan is chief engineer, so that was Sid Nan.
Garland, yes.
Mal's medic or magitech technician. Lux is chief medic or magic technician. Yeah, that is interesting, that detail.
It's just interesting to know.
Yeah, it's nice to know that like it's not just like a language or like culture thing, and that is, well, it's a culture thing, but not a one based in like, oh, everyone just has these names for giggles. It's an actual societal thing.
I mean, that's the same with all things. We already went over how Mikote have a letter in front of their first name, and it's pronounced with their first name.
Officials. Go away for censor, that's interesting. Fae for unknown. Well, those two are unknown, Fae and Boss.
Well, we don't know what those ones mean, I guess, so...
Yeah, but they must mean something. Majority citizens are boss, and a smaller group of respected artists have a sin. Everyone of the next territories are on. It indicates they lack even the most basic rights afforded to a citizen. How pleasant. And Guardians view it as an opportunity rather than condemnation, of course. 20 or more years of military service. Jesus.
Neat!
Our whole society is made for assholes. The interesting bit, this is also all very recent based on that. What was it, going into the 6th astral era, this all just came about. Oh, we missed a treasure chest. What good that does us.
I don't want a belt.
Neither do I.
Nobody got a belt. There's one in the right.
Yep. Essences and permutations. How the elements all feed into each other. How they all beat each other.
Lightning.
Interesting that fire is blown out by wind and not quenched by water. Over the horizon. Merlu, Blofuswin, and her League of Lost Bastards. Earth the Orisons discover the western continent. She has claims of a city of a bleeding city of gold. On wonders.
El Dorado?
Hmm.
You know, El Dorado is Spanish for the Dorado.
School of Fantastics. I also know a lot of the books here are just fucking glowing red. I guess this is the forbidden section, because the books are just radiating evil.
And they had to store Matoya's book in this section.
One wonders what the hell was. Well, she said. I guess she said she put it here herself. To be fair, it's not that they punted it away. There's another chest.
And a leather-bound diary.
I mean, that looks kind of nifty. I might take it just for aesthetics for whatever.
Uh-oh.
What?
I already read the book.
That's discomforting.
Man being horny in his diary.
Just leaving it in the forbidden section of his...
Of the library.
The library.
Look, another Oh, I can't jump over the stairs.
Damn it.
Look, another diary.
Our chest. The tentacles. Made a terrible mistake.
I think that might be a continuation of the first diary.
Yeah. Some horny bastard just learned things the hard way.
And that's all the books.
That's fun. I like that. Interesting facts, funny story.
This is interesting facts, funny story. This is also why Explorer mode is important.
Yeah, really. If nothing else, you won't just have the victory music the entire time.
But all these dungeons where they're putting lore, it's like, it's always very good to go back and be like, yeah, what's going on?
Yeah. He's back at a little bit of a faster rate now. The Dragon Lancer armor, it's a very Final Fantasy IV looking shot, that. Just chucked on the floor, is it? I suppose everything else is. Fuck, I love this armor. It just looks really good.
Dragoons!
Also, it does go quite well with the Longinus Zeta. Dragoon's just having it fucking good. That's right, stairs. First one is hang on, how did I get over here? That's right. Where are the stairs up there? They are. Wish it wouldn't let me just make that jump. You can probably hear it too, but the PS4 is having a bit of a moment with this area. Which is interesting.
It's a lot of area. PS4 sounding like a jet engine all the time.
They get like that sometimes.
That's why when they made the PS5, they decided to just make it a jet engine. Not just sound like it, they just made it.
You could just install it in place of an actual engine and it'd work. Yeah, this damage is a lot more on point for fighting random gits. Just to say I'm not needing to tap into like Dragon Blood and Fang and Claw and all the rest of it just to like kill a regular git faster.
And it came at just the right time.
It really did. It's Stola and Boy. Alphano doesn't get a name yet. Create a new carbuncle.
Carbuncle 2.
もう一度この論文を目にすることができるとは。
I do really like her hand-shaped staff there. Pretty rad.
It's neat. Kristen enjoyed Matoya.
She's quite good.
Especially because in the English dub she's got a fun old lady voice. 研究内容を悪用されないように細工を施してあるからね。
Oh, she not only wrote it, she also wrote it the fucking magic cipher. Oh, a bit paranoia.
ただし、理論は分かったとしても、エーテルの槍を形成するために必要な莫大なエーテルをどうやって用立てるつもりだい？
その点に関してはシドも心配していました。クリスタルを積み込むにしても飛空艇の積載量にはどうしても限界があると。
Cutting like a fucking Estinian tier contrast to everyone else now in my dark Dragoon armor.
エーテルエクストラクターなら解決できるかもしれないけど。
Well, Estinian's armor was dark before it was blood.
It was blood. Before it became a dirty boy.
膨大なエーテル、魔力の源。
魔力の源だって。竜の目だよ。
Oh.
万年の時を生きる七大天竜が
The eye has a lot of aether.
That's true.
Let's get Estinian back in the fold.
Estinian, it's time for you to become a battery.
目と共にあったイシュガルドの青の竜騎士ならばそれも可能でありましょう。
どうやら光明が見えてきたようね。早速イシュガルドに戻りましょう。
シュトラ、お待ち。お前、目が見えてないね。
あら、気づいていたのね。きっとエンシェントテレポの後遺症だわ。
So she is blind?
Yeah, she's blind.
I was figuring that, but then she was saying like, "Oh, good to see you," and I'm getting around like nothing was up, and I was kind of like, maybe like
So that's the thing.
just juiced her eyes.
She cannot see normally, so she's kind of just vibing with the Aether.
Yeah.
In essence, she's trying to do predator vision using Aether.
悪しき者からあの人を光の目を守るため。
Like the movie, The Predator guy.
それに
got magic
地脈を
vision.
さまようなんて貴重な体験をすることができたんだもの。むしろありがたい
Oh
くらいよ。
yeah. Experience you probably want to have though.
エーテルの流れだけであたりを見ることは魔力を消耗させ体に大きな負担となる。
The Conjurers didn't mention anything about her being blind, so they didn't notice or didn't think it was worth mentioning. Who knows, maybe she can just convince them otherwise.
She's just got a funny way of seeing things now.
Yeah, that is apparently slowly killing her.
Just very slowly. Slow enough that it's not gonna matter.
Yeah. Nonetheless, something we could ideally fix. Remake.
But yeah, the Dravanian hinterland segment is a little shorter than the other parts of the game, but it's still fun.
It's still very nice. It's a nice little... Like, it's quite a nice aesthetic difference, and has a lot, like, neat things going on.
And it also introduces you to Idleshire, which in the patch content, you will actually be spending a lot more time in Idleshire and the hinterlands. It's more so like, and there's this area. Let's hang out here for a little bit. Alright, now let's go.
It's the eye again. Where's the dirty boy? the airship landing up here. It's not the.
Airship landings around the Astros.
I forgot. Yeah, it doesn't map to the airship landing. It maps to the. I remember now. Sid.
Yo, is that Sid from Final Fantasy? I know that guy. What a great dude. He also put hot rod flames on the Enterprise.
I noticed that when it was coming in on like the balloon bit. He's still not washed it. Still not swapped it out for a not shattered set. Alright. Final task. Alright.
Feels like we're about to be off to Azisla.
Yeah. Believe everyone must be down in the broom, the foundation, but also the broom. Well, it's good that they have things in hand. She's got a different hat. When did she get that? Different outfit in general, actually. Oh. Daughter of Garlemald praying. But hey. Enough, since they have Midgard somewhere, right?
Love that funny little guy Midgard's over.
Yeah, he's been quiet for a bit. It surprises me. He's been just watching everything. That's nice.
It is. It is quite nice.
Alright. The first flight of the Excelsior. He's taken that whole like overturning the foundations of his faith thing pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah.
不思議なものね。少し前までは異邦人がイシュガルドに入ることはそう簡単なことではなかったわ。それが今やこうして手に手を取って私たちは同じ目的のために戦おうとしている。やはりあなたは人々にとって希望の灯火なのね。
やめておけ。こいつも俺もそんな言葉のために戦っているわけじゃない。
Stay on there, you filthy boy.
あら、お礼くらいは言わせてもらってもいいんじゃない？
のんきなものだ。俺たちイシュガルドの民にとってこの先の戦いは1000年の因果を断ち切る戦いだ。また入りくかの地で俺はこの手で全てにケリをつける。
Suppose he hasn't taken the loss of
あなたの
Nidhogg
思想
quite
や意志を
long.
否定するつもりはないわ。でも気をつけることね。その目は隙を伺っている。
More so that the fight
そ
still
の目の
isn't
奥
done
には
for him.
未だ憎しみの炎が見えるもの。
Also, I can't imagine having a seething ball of hatred in your pocket from a dead creature is probably helping.
よまいごと。もしそうであったとしても、その
Fucking eat it before it eats me.
消し去ってやるさ。
Bold words. We'll see if it comes to that.
But Estinian isn't eating eyes what got us into this mess in the whole place. In the first place, I mean.
So you're on, Jay. Hello.
Ariane is here. Hello.
ああ、間に合ったようですね。
Come talk to us, the
あな
cat
た
who
に
sticks
渡
on
した
our
も
back.
のがあり、砂の荒野よりはるばる山の都へと届けに来たのです。これをあなたに。
Hey. White Aura side.
白成績。
石の家の一角に隠されたムーンブリダの私物よりこの石を発見しました。里井
She had a backup.
予備を残していたのでしょう。
Bless that lady. Scientist, proper scientist to land.
あなたが向かう地には我が愛しき人の命を奪いし混沌の使者アシエンがいる。どうかあなたの手で奴らを。
Alright. How's this law?
Let's go. The final area.
Kita na. ついに完成したぜ。新たに生まれ変わったエンタープライズ。
A new name.
いや、エンタープライズ
You've pressed for
エクセルシオ
time.
だ。
He has given it a full tilt look, new look though. Like, look at that.
俺たちの新たな翼でお前たちを決戦の地に送り届けてやるぜ。
さあ挑戦するっす。
英雄殿、私にはこうやって貴殿を見送ることしかできない。しかし我が息子オルシュファンの思いは常にあなたと共にある。どうかご武運を。
帰ってくるのだぞ。
Yep, everyone's here to see us off.
エンタープライズエクセルシオ発進。いよいよだ。準備はいいな。目の力を解放する。
It's probably a bit more juice than he was expecting. Oh dear.
That's a lot.
It's one metal battering ram. A bit of like, a bit poetic, really, to be using a giant ether battering ram made out of Nidhogg's eye to go and stop Thor down.
Thor didn't get hit. Uh-oh. We're gonna do it.
All guns weren't prepared for this. Hell yeah.
And now it's pierced, the barrier is down. No more barrier.
We actually did end up nullifying it. Oh dear.
And they were waiting for it to happen.
Oh dear. Fucking... They're wily ones, the Imperials.
It's like in paper. It has no door when they wait for Mario to open the door.
Sid, I hope you got yep, there we go. I hope you got speed on this thing, cause oh no. In hindsight, we probably should have anticipated that. Oh, those are missiles. In the Japanese track, he says, "Tataru, help me." Not just Tataru.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about what I expected.
Could this be the end? No.
Pretty sure we're gonna Sonic Adventure it and crash into the top of us. Huh. Tops a familiar back.
結局私は凍えた体を温めるための仲間が欲しかったのだ。 許してシヴァ、そしてフレースベルグ。それでも私は
Well, she finished sulking
どう
in
して
the
も見て
churning
みたい。
mists.
少
Seems
女
she
が
managed
雪
to
原の
talk
ただ
talk
中
it
で
over with her
こ
Vilgar
ぼ
as
ずと
well.
住む時代を。
Talk something over. At least. He's giving her a ride, that's all she really needs.
Oh shit, she's just going for it. She means the duel of that battleship.
願いによって作られた私自身の神。今こそ我が身に降りて真の融和のために最後の静寂を。
Shot's rad as hell. Yo.
Freeze the bullets in minute. And shoot him back.
So you regular, can your battleship step to a primal? I would have this one if it could. That wouldn't need us to kill Bismarck.
It might have been Chris, but it's basically Shiva's doing Sky Chase from Sonic Adventure 1.
It really is. Just ram a giant ice missile in it. Fuck, it's not this guy's day, is it? It's this random, like, you know, Legion's, like, 6th Legion leader. He showed up, he's been confused and jumped by everyone, and now just his mad battleship's been punched in the face by a primal.
The 6th Legion just can't get a break.
Really can't. Uh-oh.
さらばだ、光の戦士。私を導いてくれてありがとう。イザル！
Oh shit.
あのエーテル、あれは光のクリスタル。
I'm pretty sure she used some of her own aether.
Yeah, I figured that when she exploded, it's kind of like, oh, that's why she only had the crystal light and that. She just went for it.
彼女もまた間違いなくハイデリンに導かれた光の戦
Well,
士だ
now
ったのね。
two characters we liked are dead.
Fucking yeah, really. Jesus. And she went out in such a way, too.
It turns out Asinian and Zale weren't that different after all.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a whole place, isn't it?
Welcome to Azus Law.
How's the music of the Sea of Clouds?
What was that?
How's the music of the Sea of Clouds?
Oh, no. This part of the map has the music of the Sea of Clouds. But you'll move out of this area and you'll realize it's got a banging tune.
Oh boy. Look at that aetherite.
Yeah, the Alligans could make a mean aetherite.
Got fucking red and everything too. Of course, there's just an orb here. Fucking Alligans and their orbs.
Blue lights and orbs. They love that stuff.
This person has an orb minion even. Okay. Back. Sid's got a plan.
He's a thinking guy. That's what he's good at. Also, Azus Law is unique, and that's the only area in the game where you only get Aether Currents from quests. There's no Aether Currents to find. Even the final areas in the other expansions, nope. You still gotta find Aether Currents there. This one because this one is fixed for a reason you'll see.
It's fair logic, I suppose. Snapper, okay, this is a whole area. Weird machines hovering about.
If we didn't destroy, or if Ysael didn't destroy the big Empire ship, they probably could have parked in that big airplane hangar.
It's fucking mad considering the size of that thing. He sends his dragons nearby, but he's like, I don't know what a terminal is. What's a computer?
Justinian doesn't get computers. He's just good at killing dragon.
Worry he's made friends with the local sentinels. Well, judging by that distance he's walked, I'm gonna say he has.
This is when you should be able to hear the Azus Law music.
Oh, it's got organs going on. Oh yeah, this is final area music.
He stubbed his toe on an orb.
Shenanigans music. Why'd you kick it? Agree to the terms and conditions of use. Yes. What did the Allagans put in their terms and conditions?
Chris asked that same question.
One has to wonder.
I tried to look it up, but it's not written anywhere.
I figured.
I feel like that would have been like a little hidden thing in the encyclopedia. But no, I don't think it's there either.
Oh.
It's just a gag.
Yeah, it's a fun gag though. This reminds you that for all their mystique and strange architecture, no, they were still people with their fucking terms and conditions and bureaucracy and all the rest of it.
Yeah, but I probably feel like some of the terms and conditions was like, as a citizen of the Allegan Empire, we could experiment on you.
Probably. You call it Gilly now. I do like that Sid just barked an order at it like he was talking to Biggs and Wedge.
Computer.
Helix. Chemical research. Fractal continuum. We can see a lot from this place and from this guidance node.
Triad control is.
A regulation facility for the warring triad test subjects.
I feel like that's from a Final Fantasy game. What legion was that guy from again? You know, Regulus?
Sixth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you get it now? How they number their legions?
It's named for which game we're referencing.
If they ever make a point about what number legion it is, like, usually they don't, it's just a legion. But if they make a specific note of it, they're doing something related to that Final Fantasy.
That's funny. I mean, sure enough, actually, when we saw the 6th Legion for the first time, they were chasing Bismarck.
Yeah. Now in A Realm Reborn, though, we fought the 14th Legion because they were doing the plot of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn.
In accordance with terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risk of damage or injury, including death. As you do.
It's a bit on the nose, but it's fun.
Yeah. I like that, though. Because that makes the... it does kind of fill in the whole thing of, the 14th Legion was A Realm Reborn. So that was our Final Fantasy XIV dedicated lot.
Yeah.
I feel like we just have nodes here to do. Just fix my shit. I was half expecting to sell like weird shit, but that's fair enough, right? That node has a quest. The spinner's dream of electric works. I suppose that reference is bound to be in here somewhere.
Oh, I almost forgot. Nail Van Darnus was in charge of the 7th Legion, and what did they do? Dalamud.
That's good. I like that.
That was the Meteor Project.
Yeah. Oh, the 7th Legion. That's funny. Does make me wonder what, given the whole thing already has big whiffs of 12's Arcadian Empire about it, I wonder what the 12th Legion get up to. I think this is... Shouldn't aggro it. Probably won't aggro. I think that's a model from 13, I'm not sure though. Nice of the elegance to make it this easy. So to speak. Now that's probably a teleporter, but it would also be very funny if that was just a launcher. Alright. What can we do but trust the ore, bestie, man? Keys of a living being. Huh. $5,014 years. 6 months, 11 days, 7 hours, and 13 minutes ago. The fact that it comments that that's a miracle is a bit... Leave a quest, alright. Saw it standing here, I was like, we should talk to that. It's one of those love me's. Household applications. 3-star certification. Elegant Standards of Operation 3001. I like this. Interesting bits of flavor about what kind of civilization the Elegans were. Outside of all their war and insane power towers. And their mad emperor. Did we actually go that way, or did we go around here? Might well hit level 69 in this batch. It's like a fun and safe place. Kinda, I guess they felt that they didn't need to, they could leave a lot of it as just natural rock formation. So there's actually a lot of no. Some of it would be like, you know, from falling into neglect, but at least a lot of this is like they just carved this out of the rock and weren't too fussed about modernizing all of it. We hit a dead end, we hit a dead end. This one might do it, maybe. Okay. So that's a ledge. Alright. Home. What's that? That's up there. Dave. Utah Genesis. Exactly the way we wanted to go, but this place is a fucking rat's nest. This is not ideal. Go back, go back. See, we can't go this way.
I've returned.
Reptoid. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Lizard centaur, there's doing me.
How's this law treating you?
A little bit lost, but I think I'm on the right path again.
They really just stuck a bunch of land masses on some propulsion devices and like, well, laboratory here.
Really did. They haven't like smoothed over everything. They're like installed a lot of facilities, just kind of all carved into the rock.
Well, there's plenty of facilities, but they're higher up and also like the center.
Yeah.
But you can't get to the center yet.
They've also put like a fair amount of tubes and stuff just in caves. Like, giant vats and stuff just in a cave and just left it like that.
I love a good tube.
Combination labs and biomass incubation complex. I do like that those three set off to take one area and they're like, you just solo the other one. They just know. Back we go. There we go. I guess these are the big power station shit, I guess. This was what I was on
Something like
about. Yeah, this was what I was on about when I was like coming through, like, oh, this shit just gone weird. Just one sec. Oh, wait. An extra.
One additional chimera.
This one's just a full tilt chimera. Standing here coursing with the power of a big coiling dragon. Just waiting. I do love the like, blood of the dragon auras. It just adds a lovely element of style to a lot of those. That's right, I do have that. Mirage dive, which is like an extra jump I can fire out of my regular jump. This is a nifty one. I'll have that in a convenient place. Like, that's a ways out.
That's a later move. You barely get to use it right now, except for like in the overworld.
Yeah, basically. And only then if I use jump in the overworld. Specifically only jump too. I don't think like Spine Shatter Dive or Dragonfire kick it off.
I also think it's jump during Blood of the Dragon.
Probably is actually. Nice, let's find out. I should have jumped without it. Make that happen. That's fine. It is the neat thing of because both Wheeling Thrust and Fang and Claw boost the Dragon Blood meter in the 5-hit combo Stormblood field, I guess. I don't need to mind as much about keeping the timer up because I basically just keep double boosting it at the end of every chain. Shit's nice.
Good stuff.
Terminals and like the red style of all this makes a lot of this look like the Monado from Xenoblade.
It's Monad-esque.
Yeah. Yep. There's the ship.
Had to go for emergency landing. Couldn't land in the fun parking spot. They had to park on some island.
Close encounters of the 6th kind. Oh boy. The facility's greatest achievement is located. If you say so. That's a new one. A Legion bit. On the size of this area, I'm a bit more inclined to use the bike here. Emperor of Ours favors the 6th Legion. He uses the Crush Uprising. His favorite's Final Fantasy VI, is it? Something is a. One sec. I had to blow my nose.
His armor looks cool, but you feel like sometimes you just think, couldn't we just pick him up by his head ring? Swing him around a bit? You know.
Yeah, just a bit. You could just, hook something in there and make a just very unfortunate thing happen.
Like, no menacing horns, just a big loop.
Yeah.
Even if it's a neat loop.
パラメキや情報機関からの報告によると、この魔大陸にも万神を生きたまま捕らえるアラグの秘術が眠っているという。
capture icons alive.
星を蝕むビオマは蛮族どもの願いで何度でも蘇る。だが
Another ultimate.
朽ちてしまえばそれも叶わぬこととなるだろう。これは本国に帰還された皇帝陛下に我ら第六軍団の実力を示すまたとない好機でもある。だが皇帝陛下は敗北をお許しにならぬお方。己が手で必ずや陛下の長城を賜るのだ。
Magitech armors, piles of troops. Fucking are well prepared.
万神を封じる技術、それが帝国軍の狙いなのね。
古の万神バハムートを封じた技術がここに残されているということか。
万神を封印できれば確かに最小感は防げるわ。万神問題に対する
Also,
一つの解
far
放
be
と
it from me to suggest this, but we're sure they can only summon like one primal at a time, right?
答えはすでに出ているよ、ヤシトラ。
That's the idea.
バハムートは蘇り、絶望が世を包み、世界は崩壊しかけたんだ。
封じられた万神は負の感情を膨らませ続け、やがて大いなる災いを引き起こすということね。
目下の問題は教皇の方だ。今の状況で帝国と戦ったとして、それを最も喜ぶのは奴らだからな。
そうだな。先を急ごう。まずは教皇を止める。帝国はその次だ。
The Guardians will not be so easy to avoid.
Not really.
Never are. This is not the way I thought that would work. That fucks with me a bit. Okay, I kinda see that. Castrum Solus. They ain't they're starting to build their fucking castle already. You wonder if they're okay with just like sprites flitting about their shit. Losing, you got a lot of machine lightning sprites hanging about is just kind of a given, but even so.
That is funny. I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to him being called a castrum
Yeah.
when I first played. I don't know if they actually like quick deployed stuff already, or if they're just like, in the name of the Garlean Empire, I declared this section Castrum Solus, or whatever it said it was.
Yeah, it's Castrum Solus. Yeah, it probably is that. I'm just like, you know, we're here now. This is our place now. I just annihilated him in one hit.
Mirage dive is aesthetically neat.
It is, It does mess with me a bit because it actually, you know, throws up its damage thing before the animation completes, which, you know, throws me off and makes me like miss when it actually, like, you know, it actually hitting and doing damage.
I mean, it's off the cooldown though, so you can just go straight into your main rotation again.
Yeah. That is the nice part, yeah. Oh, the man himself.
一つお手合わせを願おうじゃないか。
Do it. Stick the spear through his ring.
I was like, fuck, he just wants to do it himself. Just like, ah, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. Fancy ass making big cross X's in the air. Although the man himself seems intent on fighting me personally. Obsidian carbuncle. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, he's got a black carbuncle.
Wow. I guess he did come through on his promise to make a new carbuncle.
He really did. Madman. Oh, good.
The Legion number can reference a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
There is still the fact that the Empire isn't always at the forefront of the story.
Yeah.
Like Heavensward is a very Empire-like expansion.
They didn't show up until we, came back around to the sea.
Yeah. It's been primarily Ishgard and dragons in the church, and then they've only showed up because they're like, did you say elegant technology?
Yeah, really.
I'd love some of that. Let's get in on it. And that's the extent. Otherwise, they're pretty unimportant in Heavensward. They don't have much to do.
Yeah. That's a lot of those tanks building up out there. Yeah, alright, shit, regular.
さすがは英雄と呼ばれるだけのことはあるか。なかなかの戦いぶりだ。さて、こちらの準備が整ったようなのでね。戯れの時間はしまいにしよう。
say more squads and shit. This is a bit of a problem, though. The airship by itself, basically. The rest is just, yeah. Alright, he's just making his escape. Okay.
Let's leave. There he goes.
Suit himself, I suppose. That is just a faster way of doing it, to fucking fly there, really. Oh, there's a two-handed staff. She still wields it like a one-handed one.
Oh, like mages do.
Or really?
In fact, black mages, I'm pretty sure, wield their staffs. No,
One-handed.
it might be different. I'm not sure. If they might be wielding their staffs one-handed too. But shh, it's a two-handed weapon. Just don't let them use shields. Shields are for paladins only. It's an exclusive club for paladins.
さあ、おしゃべりもここまでのようよ。早く行って。行ってき。
Got the eye. Guide me, ball. Really mutated crystal over there. Yep, they got dragons up here. Methods are developed for mastering dragons. Allegan Research Council apologizes for any inconvenience. Oh shit. Oh, hello. I was wondering where you think we're gonna come into things again.
This is the Dragon Quadrant.
One of my first brood. Well, hell.
You know, the Allegans found out all sorts of stuff, like if you give a dragon a fun necklace, then it'll do dive bombs at you.
Yeah. Forever. It's a whole sizable place in itself, too. I'm not entirely sure it's the right way, but it doesn't seem it. I think I just did a... Yeah, kind of. No, I did just do a loop. Right.
But it's a nice loop.
It's like, what is that? It's a node of a quest. Bless.
That's not an orb, that's a square.
Yeah. This one's like a weird egg ship.
These dang esoteric shapes. What happened to the classic orb?
I tell you, man, the Algan Empire was like, you know, losing its way when it began to move away from orbs. Actually look at the map. There we go. Well, maybe. That's right, I can just drive up some of these. I forgot about that. Sure enough.
Time to talk to a dragon in chains.
Yeah, she does look quite like Midgard too. Ah, Tiamat. That's a regular.
Definitely didn't start with Ishgard.
No. He came to this star. That wording.
Yes.
Hmm.
Gavin, dragons are an invasive alien species.
Oh god.
They are from a different planet.
Together with Bahamut, journeyed south to Mercidia.
That's why Midgard Sormer is the father of dragons, but Bahamut's the king of dragons. Because Midgard Sormer is Bahamut's dad.
Ah. The Asians came to... Jesus. Fucking how long have they been trying to make darkness happen?
A long time. It's a lot of work to make darkness happen.
Ah, resurrect Bahamut, but as a primal.
And that's how the primal Bahamut came to be.
Ah. A mockery of my beloved. The mirror to Isiel and Shiva and all.
Indeed.
Nobody set all that up. At great cost to hide. There are many untold primals bound by the Allagans across the land. Oh, good.
This land specifically, as a slot.
Okay. To truly end the conflict, we need to kill the Asians. Working on it. So what are 5,000 years to dragons in Midgard? Because I was gonna say, I would not hesitate to bust her out if that was what we needed to do, or even if she just wanted it.
No, she wants to punish yourselves for eternity.
Yeah.
The primal Bahamut.
Yep. Crystal time.
Again, though, they underplay that dragons came from space.
Yeah, they really do. Midgard Summer came from space. Like,
With some eggs.
just lay, like, or, you know, he laid the eggs or he came with the eggs and just was like, yeah.
No, he carried the eggs through
Okay.
space.
So he brought 7 eggs with him. I was like, it's time. I'm really underselling that point. But also, hey.
Hey, your crystals are back online.
This looks a lot fancier than before.
It looks like a snowflake. Get it? 'Cause cold.
Cold.
Snow Ishgard.
再び光の宿りを感じます。よくぞ源流の試練に耐えました。
I suppose you and Midgard Summer are going to explain what all this was.
安心してはなりません。深淵に潜む者
How
た
about
ち
that covenant and so
そ
on?
こまで迫っています。
Oh, so really, that the covenant with Midgard Sormer, Midgard Sormer did a vibe check. He's like, "Are you cool? Can you do it again? Can you do it again?"
どうか
Yeah, you're
世
cool.
界を光あるものに。
So really,
Vibe
the
check.
covenant was he would test them, you know, Highlands chosen to make sure they're still worthy. Okay.
Vibe check.
我が爪のすべてを打ち砕き、再び光の加護を取り戻したか。生まれ落ちてより、今日この日に至るまで、我はお主ほど心強き者を知らぬ。ハイデリンの首都よ。今のお主であれば
Midgard Summer thinks
我
we're
が背に
cool.
乗るにふさわしい。生まれし日に母なるハイデリンと誓った盟約に従い、今こそ我が翼をお主に授けようぞ。
He's a little bit bigger.
Whoa.
行くぞ。闇の
Oh yeah, we'll ride.
Slightly larger Midgard Sormer.
He evolved.
He evolved from minion to mount. And that's why they give you, the 8th occurrence in a weird way.
Ah.
Because they specifically want you to fly to the ending.
That's rad.
On Midgard Stormer.
Yo. He sways a bit while flying, like I'm a bit of zest. Awesome, that's rad. Yeah, he eventually shifts into a drift animation too. For the sake of it.
Oh, you don't have to remap it right yet.
Okay, I was gonna say just to keep using them to like drift around here. Heavensward. Yeah. We're here.
Because this is the final quest.
Okay.
You just flew to the last quest. That was kind of the whole thing you had to do, really.
That's rad, though. I like that. It's putting mechanics to use for story beats.
Now, there's one thing I want you to do before you interact with the guidance note again.
Aye.
I want you to fly up and look around the tower that is on this main flagship laboratory area. Because you will see some stuff. The main middle tower. There's like 3 statues of some kind.
There is indeed. Ooh. That's a Dragoon if I ever saw one.
It's like some kind of triad. They might be warring, maybe.
It might be, just a bit.
Don't move the statues. Alright, you're good.
That's nifty, I like that. Oh boy, here we go.
Azizla definitely does remind me of the island where the warring triad is in Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah. Tickles me that their Black Mage equivalent is called an Imaginifier. Deactivating. Another one dies.
But that orb was my friend.
Alright.
I wish that orb didn't die. Oh boy, here we go.
A thorough chemical research facility. What manner of monstrosity we're gonna see in here.
what a neat place Azus lies.
Yeah. Mad looked it, and I do like that the story beats in all here. I'm also just gonna fuck up this fancy looking dragon just because I can.
That's not a. That looks kind of like a dragon, but you see the face and it's like that's. Are you pretty sure about it?
Well, given it just did the lion's breath, I think this is more of a chimera thing.
Probably. You've killed it.
It's dead. Another thing I notice is these two are marked with the same thing that Castle Meridian are marked with. Google and Earthera comic comes through these Heavensward's Poetics dungeons.
Yeah, but it's more that icon just means this duty is item level synced.
Ah, okay. Someone else has arrived here for the first time. Oh yeah, these two. Seen them, but one's a DPS. I don't know what the other one is, but actually he's a monk, so they're both DPS. I don't know. If one was a healer and one was a DPS, that'd have been funny.
Part of me feels the reason monks, as like specifically, felt singled out though is because, you know, I think they're also among them is a type of person who's like, I want to fight enemy with punches and kicks, please.
Yeah. A desire I can understand, for.
I want to fight God with my fists. Is their thinking, and it's like, neat, cool, neat. I like that.
Yeah.
So when they're like, oh, it's mechanically weird, and people aren't happy with how it works in terms of mechanics right now, then those people are like, ah, come on.
Yeah. I'll say I do note this Dragoon armor doesn't have like the belly gap in it.
No.
Here, Guardians have their senses in order. Nope, this has gotta cover everything. We're still gonna give it glowing eyes though.
Boy, could we use a healer, though.
Yeah, really. Where have they all gone?
Then we'd be in the dungeon.
There we go.
We're good. This is also the dungeon when me and Chris encountered Toad from Mario Kart.
You encountered him in 2 dungeons, didn't you?
Oh yeah, in the one immediately after this.
Okay.
Because it's not much of a spoiler, but after the dungeon, there's also a trial.
I figured to be like...
For the final boss.
Yeah. Instead of doing the thing from A Realm Reborn, where it's like it's one whole thing and then there's big fights at the end. Three cats. A big lad.
This one's gonna be hefty.
Ooh. That's a new one. Fucking rattle laser swords and shit. Fucking everything in here looks mad. Look at that thing. Reinforcement
Cool looking stuff.
Oh boy. The dungeon doesn't fuck about, does it?
Nope.
Oh, good, they got in. They just punched their way in.
Yeah, look. From this general direction, it seems they punched their way in.
Yeah, you can see them fighting through there too. Oh, there was another dude in there. Fire. Oh well, look who it is.
It's regular.
got turrets.
His sword's cool though, because it's like a gun claymore.
Yeah.
Like a dark knife, but it's gun.
It's pretty rad.
Also, he's got a move called Bastard Bus, which is like Blunderbuss, but a bastard sword. Which is like, that's a good name.
That is a rad name.
And I was like, that's just good. Wow. Well.
Of course he didn't fucking die.
Whoosh, there he goes. Clear bioweapon research.
Boy.
Oh, that's the wrong way.
Pre-cultured biomass. Goo.
Classic goop.
Piercing talon was a thing.
Well, time to kill the bioculture node.
This can't possibly have applications. So yeah, pile of bioweapons.
Oh dear. Good thing they put Asylum up. This is dangerous.
Yeah. Personnel, proceed calmly to the nearest exit. She says so.
Is it weird? I don't think it's weird to say this kind of has Doom 2016 vibes in this dungeon.
It does. It's got the facilities have got that look at it. The way the the facilities set up to be like, demons are invading. Please be peaceful. Don't panic. Everything's, hell is literally open to our midst. It's fine. Material distribution.
I went the wrong. Oh, why did I walk in that corner? Probably because I accidentally pressed the map button.
Yeah. Wait. This is not the right one. Oh, shit.
Oh.
course, both DPS are just like, yeah. Brian turn off when the enemy's not around, so we just followed you. I didn't even notice this was the other way back, actually. Yeah, completely turned around.
Bioculture nodes.
All this shit. Fucking Heavensward is giving me, I just have so much stuff. I just saw one of those things go, please help me, and that's a bit upsetting.
It's mildly upsetting, yes.
Another one just said it was the peeing.
Yeah, bioweapons are bad. Did you know that? It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I don't think they're quite that good.
No. I think they're kind of not acceptable. Alright, it's one of these. Anti-Cobra mode. I beg your pardon.
This one's a shapeshifter.
Yeah, Anti-Cobra makes it become a Cobra.
Petrifaction.
I remember that. It seemed the dancer did not. You're gonna hit me with your riddles? Absolutely not. Anti-Machina mode. That's it. It's the Avatar, I remember you. Oh, fuck you.
It's a recolor of the Avatar. Hey.
Ow, my bones. First scene in my life. I forget if Ha or Ka was the soul versus the body.
We did it. We're done.
Defeat all opposition.
Can do.
It's all left. Yep, here we go. Look who it is too. One of the big dreadnoughts.
I certainly dread him not. Oh. Because I'm not afraid of him. Many AoEs, not many space.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking bust out the Toho skills in here. Try out of control. Oh yeah, clones. I forgot they could do that.
They can make clones. I think we're just in the triad control sector, though. I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that right now.
Right now. A lot of Egyptian themed creatures here. This game does look really fucking nice though. Like, look at that.
It does, look at that big core.
Google. What was actually like in like running samurai for like leveling and all? One thing I really liked about it was the fact it just has two just like really fucking good AoEs. Do decent damage at big wide circles. And you just have them from where you go. It's kind of like, oh, this is excellent.
You also have, if you just use 2 symbols instead of 3, that's an AoE as well.
Big widespread one, yeah. There's a nice balance thing going on where it's like, you know, in your head is like, you know, working out which moves to use if you're not doing like just both AoE combos, which naturally only give you 2 to get that with. Pico? Yes.
There he is. Up.
But yeah, like, this is a nice thing in dungeons, like a dynamic of only pacing yourself to only ever get like 2 of your markers, so you can do the AoE thing for walking about and then going for 3 when you've got like bosses or whatever, or single targets. It's nice, it's a very fun thing to play, Samurai.
And you've only played like 3 jobs so far.
Yeah.
There's, you know, like 12 more.
2 whole styles I haven't even touched. Hell, even in DPS, it's like 2 styles I haven't touched, like physical range and magic range. I guess actually red mage would be magic range.
Well, there's no magic melee.
Yeah. That would be a thing, wouldn't it?
That'd be neat.
Alright. Oh, that's a lot of this big pulsing biomass over there.
I hate biomass.
Oh, good. Just fucking had it with me, obvious.
なぜお前はそうも神を憎む？神とは人の意志によりて折し者。その神と神との争いがもたらす混沌こそが新たに生まれいずるゾディアーク様の産湯となるのだ。
次元悪界を経て世界は再び一つに戻る。そして世界をあるべき姿に再創造されるのだ。
Look at it big.
すべてはゾディアーク様のために。
邪魔はさせんぞ。光の
Look, and they really are just going for it.
La Habrea and ignore him.
Just straight up. Do we have a preference for who to gang first, or does it matter?
It's fixed.
Okay.
La Habrea is over there and cannot be targeted. He's just doing line AoEs at the moment.
Alright. Fair enough. That fucker.
Hot dang.
I got froze. Ow. I suppose we can bust these, man. Fucking hell. Show Shadow Flare. Excellent. We're really busting out the final boss tricks now. Of course advantages is the one that I put fucking Chaos Thrust on. Just leaping across the giant blast to stab him.
Ice!
That's unfortunate.
Funny ice moments.
One. I'm fond of that ice one in this expansion.
I wonder if it's because Ishgard is cold.
He's also got his fucking Shadow Flare.
Well, it seems the boss just ended right there.
Fuse. Dead.
認め断じて認めはせんぞ。ラハブレア今こそ一つに。
仕方あるまい。超える力の真なる使い
Power
方を
of the Echo.
見せてやろう。魂の境界さえ超えるほどの
Yeah,
力
so
をな。
I guess that's more explicit. They also have the Echo.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've got all sorts of power.
They are fusing. Whoa, look at that. It's like one half of their masks just smashed together. That's rad.
Yeah.
And their symbols too. That's rad.
So this was the Ascian design from Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. You know what's weird? Every time I say Final Fantasy XIV, the entire title.
Yeah.
That's always been weird, and I don't know why I do it, but I'm probably going to keep doing it forever. Ascian Prime, this is what they look like in 1.0.
Nifty. Imagine this is a treat to see come back. Get to play at 1.0.
Alright, now they're putting the fire and ice, so better slap these ads. Otherwise, that's not gonna be good.
Yeah.
Alright, there's 4 black orbs around the arena.
Yep.
We're gonna want to touch them in a minute.
Okay.
But not yet. Now we want to touch them. Universal manipulation. Touch these orbs.
I have touched the orb.
The dancer did not. Now the dancer has sleep, pacification, so can't use weapons, and silence, so they can't act until they're either atsuned or it ends. That one, like, 2 players get like a donut AoE. That's what they call them, just the donut AoEs. When it's like got a hole in the middle. Anyway, get into a black. There we go.
Yes.
Like, the right thing to do is to have them stand on top of each other.
What's the deal with this?
This one, I think you just don't want it to catch you.
Okay. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Just whirl that over. Oh good, I got 2.
That's not good.
One is treated out my bones. It's fine.
Gavin, do limit break. It's time.
Limit break. Oh, get owned.
You've done it.
So much for that brick and walls.
That must be the end of Heavensward. Like, I didn't say there was a trial after some sort.
We do kind of have that whole Pope thing to deal with. Oh, they're both gone already. Oh well.
Well, there they go, though. That's a neat fight.
That is. I quite like that. Very flashy as well. Very busy. Quite good.
You thought that was flashy? Oh boy.
Oh, Twin souls. Probably got enough energy to gank one of them. Maybe. Expected you to get the light back. Just yeet it at her.
Chuck the brick. Told you, chuck the brick at them and then explode the brick. That's how it works.
Oh right, we have the eye. We can just use that.
Who needs Tup Samadhi when you have an eyeball?
Oh. Fuck you.
So a Yorham is the second shortest lived Ascian after Nabrialis.
I suppose it makes sense that La Habre isn't gonna, given we know him so well, is gonna stick around for a bit. I mean, yeah. Kill you and just let your soul leave the body and deal with you next time. That doesn't exactly look spent. So hello, Pope. Oh, that bodes well. They're just carrying that like a coffin.
Coffin dance meme .mp4. No, that straight up is a coffin.
Yeah, it really is. Specifically his left eye. Also, that really doesn't look spent at all. Like, look at it.
No, it's glowing pretty powerfully.
They've kept the right eye in this crypt.
They kept the right eye in Haldrith's chest.
Whoa.
He used it, and then it stapled itself onto his chest, killing him in a horrible agony.
And his body doesn't even decay. It just pulses with power.
What a terrible existence.
Yeah, really. To think that's what Estinian was risking every time he was like, fuck it, tap into eye juice.
全てが自分たちの思惑通りに進むなどと思わ
At
ぬ
least we know
こと
where the other eye was, though.
Yeah.
貴様
You really didn't expect that, Lahabre? Like, really?
伝説の騎士を我が身に呼び寄せ
Oh, you fucking dipshit.
神となる
Someone didn't get the memo about that not being how that works. Rad, though. Of course, he's the fucking biggest of them all.
And the primal is Thornton him. See, I told you there's original primals. This primal is me, Thornton.
Oh, he just turned the body into a sword with the eye in it.
Yeah, there's an eye in the cross guard right in the, you know, the
Fucking hell.
the guard right there. Who needs classic Final Fantasy summons when you can just become Primal Thornton?
Where he does look like a classical Final Fantasy anime, like the armor style and the sword and everything.
Yeah.
First act as God King.
So La Habrea. He's
See,
just kind of sitting there.
he really didn't expect any of this? Like, really?
When you said he was sticking around, he did stick around for like a couple minutes.
Oh
and
well,
now he
fuck
dies.
me.
There he goes.
Absorbed into the sword? Oh, right. That's right. Leviathan did that when we saw that for that fucking Sahagan do that.
Indeed.
Oh.
Well, that's two Asians dead forever.
We do have a...
We do have one big Pope King God man.
a fucking super primal. With like 1,000 years of religion beefing him up, plus all the ether of a dragon eye, plus the ether of an Asian soul.
That's a lot.
La Habrea really didn't think his whole plan through talking to this guy, did he? Fucking Thornton's got his shit together.
Well, La Habrea had his plans, but they didn't go to his plans. They went bad. They backfired on him.
Yeah.
What was La Habrea's plan? Can't tell you yet.
You can't say that once again his fucking ego got the better of him, but for good this time. If you take issue with... Yeah.
Elidibus did say he's like, La Habrea was like rash and hasty in deciding things.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's when he showed up to have a chat with us and was like, La Habrea likes fighting isn't brash, I'm not like that.
Yeah.
Although he was willing to punch anyone who tried to jump him. Singularity Reactor. Alright. Ready to kill a God King?
I guess.
Actually, hang on. Delay that. I need to go piss.
That's acceptable. Alright.
Back in a minute. Okay. Right. Alright, someone else showed up.
That's cool.
Oh, well, there we go.
Time to fight. Now, I will say, though, that this final boss still has a little bit of the problem with the ultimate weapon, that the game has moved past this final boss a little bit. In terms of stats. So... but it's still got cool set pieces that you're gonna see, and I'm gonna say, hey Gavin, look at this.
Aye. Fifth final DPS to pick up. There we go. I take issue with your godhood. Just fucking all these at once? Alright. There's no way this isn't Knights of the Rhine. Like, fucking look at them. Yeah, turns out religious zealotry is just a whole thing unto itself. Separate from light and dark.
It really is. Well, it's time to fight.
Oh, yo, that music. He's melting pretty fast, so...
Yeah.
Knights of the Rhine, there it is.
There it is, boys! He said it. He said the thing.
So we beat up the Gits or what?
Not yet.
Okay.
Up, look away. he's barely got any health left, so he's got to rely on his pals.
He also just did say, drink deep of the slumbering gods. Can't target these bits yet, man. There we go. There's one. Sacred Cross. That's another big beefy Final Fantasy move. Particularly the final boss of 9 used that one. Alright, you're the slasher kid, aren't you? Big Axeman. Renault.
Yeah, there he is.
Meteor Circle. This is that one mechanic from the Alliance route, isn't it?
Yeah. The Circus Tower one.
Yeah. I did notice Thornton himself did cast,
Hey look, a planet!
well, hell.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Gavin, it's the end of Knights of the Round.
This is the part where they all just fucking leap upon us and beat the shit out of us.
It's also the part where the screen shatters.
Nice.
Like in Knights of the Round. You remember Knights of the Round.
Yeah.
From that classic video game.
Final Fantasy VII.
That's the end of Thornton.
Oh,
again, a little too easy nowadays.
Yeah.
But boy, does he do Knights of the Round from Final Fantasy VII.
That's fucking glorious. That was great. I loved every bit of that. You're right too. Like, oh, you think that was flashy, and he comes out and he's doing all that. AoE's going off everywhere. The pull off ultimate and screen shatter.
Remember when you were like, yeah, we killed like 13 primals. This is like, what, 15 more?
Yeah, really. Like right there, I was like plus 13.
It's like when you kill, Bulassus in Luigi's Mansion, and you just get a bunch of booze added to your counter.
It really is. Remember Thornton, no gods, no kings. Only man. Oh, that cutscene's really good for my armor, though. Just the red eyes of the Dragon Lancer armor glaring at him in darkness.
But Gavin, what are you?
What indeed?
I'm not sure if you even fully know.
No. It's just the issue of that sword.
So when you first brought it up, you were like, "Hey, they should have a Knights of the Round fight in a future 7 remake part."
Yeah.
Well, here's a Knights of the Round fight for you now.
Final Fantasy XIV is the Final Fantasy that gives me everything I want from Final Fantasy. Like, all the way through and down.
でと思ったのだがな。
Stinian's back though.
Welcome back, buddy. You want your eyeball back?
Well, it's great that he gets to see the
こいつを
end
返してもらいに来た。
after all these
なんとか
years.
役に立ったようじゃないか。
The fact that that's still in sword form is disconcerting. I feel like that should have returned to a corpse already. You probably shouldn't be holding both of those at the same time.
これが隠されていたもう一つの目か。
I'm really glad, you know, you were doubting Estinian, but I'm really glad he was a great friend.
Yeah. And the way you're saying that, the fact that he's holding two glowing red eyes here is making me a bit, you know.
No.
You shouldn't have been holding two eyes, you fuckwit.
You shouldn't have been holding two eyes, Estinian. I can't believe you. And coated in his blood?
Oh dear.
You really should have taken a shower.
You really should have taken a shower. Why did you go and take the other eye, you fuckwit?
I guess he thought he could have two eyes at the same time.
Dragons never really do die, do they?
No.
Oh, he's just gonna transmogrify into him right now, is he?
Poof. Well.
Oh.
Well. He's Nidhogg now.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Poof, there he is, Nidhogg.
Oh, and he's bigger too. I don't think he was that big when we fought him before.
He's got two eyes.
I do like that trick they keep doing where they use his horns to cover his eyes. From the side.
There we go. Bye, Estinian.
Fucking... I knew it. Fucking knew it.
Yeah, but it wasn't Estinian who was evil, it's the eyes.
That's true. But I knew in some way he was gonna fuck something.
Yeah, but you were suspicious of Estinian the person, and he really turned it around. But the problem is that eyes are not good.
The eyes are still not good, and even Stinian the person is good. He's still the jackass I fought at the end of the ARR Dragoon quest. Which is to say, someone who could not resist the eye.
Oh, he could resist one eye.
Here's this one eye.
But two eyes and some blood? Whew, forget about it.
I suppose that's also a fair point. He's still just walking around with Nidhogg slathered all over him. Or Nidhogg the First slathered all over him. Guys, don't question it. This is Midgard. It's fine. It's cool.
He really had enough components on his body to make a whole new Nidhogg.
Dragoon armor really does fit all this the best, I feel like. All the dragon thing and all. Prelude theme.
That classic victory song.
Yeah.
晩神ナイツ・オブ・ラウンドを
I do like this. They're like, oh, so she said Knights of the Round Alive, but the subtitles didn't. That's funny.
信じていたさ。帰ろう、イシュガルドへ。
They're all talking about this while I'm flying here and they can't hear me going, guys, guys, about Estinian. Oh, I think I know what the patch stories are going to be about.
I guess so.
Oh, I'm glad someone noticed. Cool, it's fine, it's cool. It's fine. I do like that they actually did take notice of the dragon and go like, oh Jesus.
Knights of Round と化した教皇トールダン
Yeah, Alphino also says Knights of the Round aloud.
Oh, they don't say Knights of the Round at all in the English.
Yeah, but in Japanese, both Y'shtola and Alphino say it.
I guess they're even more direct about it in the Japanese version.
Yeah.
Because the, you know, the English writing is to the English dub.
Yeah. I do like this. Hello, Mr. Dragon? This is just completely shattering even more things they believe in.
トールダンの子らに問う。
人の戦いを導いてきた虚構
I
は
like
崩
that.
れ去りました。
The Temple Knights all have to glance at each other first.
竜を率いてきたニーズヘッグもまた。人は竜に対し、そして同じ人に対して
Yeah, about that.
幾度も同じ過ちを繰り返してきました。無論それを水に流してほしいとは申しません。それでも私はこの先のイシュガルドが人と竜が手を携える年となれることを信じています。
その言葉しかと我が胸に刻んだぞ。だが心せよ。我がニーズヘッグの怨念に取りつかれ、青の竜騎士は落ち、邪竜の影と化した。
まさかエスティニアンが。
ニーズヘッグの眷属たちもまた我が子が発した復讐の方向に
The war rages on.
戦火のすべてが消えたわけではない。
それでも未来を信じて散っていった者たち、そして我が友らの魂に誓って私も人も諦めはしません。
千年の戦は一朝一夕に終わるものではなかろう。だからこそ次の世代に 希望を伝え。その先にこそ光に満ちた調和の時代が待っているのだから。
And the way he goes.
I wonder where he's off to. Back to space, maybe.
Space, his kids, they yell at them, his old body, who knows. I'm sure there's, well, this is the part where Ishgard steps into the Alliance, I do believe.
It is. You can tell because of the 4 flags.
Yep, everyone being there. It's nice to have a podium for her to reach up.
イシュガルド教皇代行として神殿騎士団総長アイメリク卿が条約に署名された。今ここに宣言する。今日この日をもって山の都イシュガルドはエオルゼア都市軍事同盟に復帰した。来るべきガレマール帝国との決戦に備え再び友好として共に
Subtitles
歩む。
blend kind of hard.
Yeah.
Just from the lighting, which is...
Some shots it is a bit hard, yeah. Gun, sword, and staff.
I feel like they could have used a little bit of a thicker outline on their subtitles, but it's fine.
すべてはエオルゼアのために。
すべてはエオルゼアのために。
Blue sword?
I know, right? Mish Guardians seem pretty happy about that, all told.
Yeah.
Alas, Harshaphon.
君からオルシュファン教への手向けなのだね。
オルシュファン様はきっとここからイシュガルドを守り続けてくれるですよ。
長い旅だった。失ったものも大きく辛い旅路だった。でも私たちは決して歩みを止めてはいけない。
そうです。お二人ともこれからですよ。暁の本当の復活は
We do have a pile of missing members to
活動
find.
資金集めからです。
We found one, but that's only one.
「こうして一つの物語の幕が閉じた。 この先もイシュガルドの動揺はしばし続くだろう。1000年にわたって続いた教皇による統治の終焉はこの国のありさまを覆したのだ。
Public drinking.
ドラゴン族との戦いも終わったわけではない。邪竜の脅威は未だ残っている。
I feel like we have a little recourse for it, but to try and gank him again.
We'll have to deal with him.
若き神殿騎
Yeah,
士団
Emmerich got a
総長
fancy new
頼
setup.
もしき盟友たち、そして光を
Almost
取り
become
戻
more
し
in
た
it.
英雄がいる限り、いつの日か
Like those silver
か
parts
つて
with
そ
more
うだっ
gold.
たように真の平和が訪れ、人と竜との融和がなされると信じている。我々はそれを紡がねばならない。次の1000年に続く新た
Strive
な
ever
粒子
Heavensward.
の始まりとして。
That's the name of the expansion.
They did it. They did the thing.
They said it. I always love when they say it. You gotta point it out and say, there it is.
It's
That's what it's
good.
called.
It's always good. That's Heavensward main story.
Heavensward's over. The main story.
Yeah, that was really good. Just like all around, I think. The only real like dark spot was the handling of the Ul'dah bit.
It's like, alright, like I finished Heavensward, I got here and I was like, I liked all of that, except Ul'dah was kind of just like, alright, she's still alive, everything's the way it was before that last cutscene, except Raubon is -1 arm. And I'm like, it's kind of not really, it kind of ends with a little plop.
Yeah. But everything else was like, basically like fucking on point, like just banging all the way through.
Gavin, you enjoyed A Realm Reborn. But Heavensward. Right?
Yeah, like basically the Heavensward, yeah, that just goes straight up. Like, it's just sharper, it's stronger, it's more focused. They're bringing their A game with like primal designs, like world design, game design. All the story and writing is just like really fascinating, doing interesting things. Like, how do you deal with like long-held story conflict that arose from something that happened before anyone involved was even around for it, more or less?
The pacing, there's a lot less junk.
Yeah, there's way less of that. More or less every single thing you do is like pretty much focused and on point.
I mean, there's still always like, kill a couple enemies.
There is, but like it's never, you know, like that's fine.
I almost said kill a fupple. That's not a real word.
There's Ravana, who's fucking excellent, completely.
Ravana Katana.
Ravana Katana. What a wonderful phrase. Didn't even feel like 6.5 hours, but it was.
It was. Yeah, they cut down on all the chaff. There's still like, oh, like I'm saying, kill this many enemies, do this and that. But there's no really big chains of it. They usually sprinkle in like, here's a good cutscene, here's some of this, here's some more, here's some thinking about stuff.
Even then, a lot of the like main story enemy kill stuff is like, that's fine. Like the one I think of was like, you know, the walk to her Esvelgar, where like occasionally like, okay, stop and fight these dragons. Like, that just kind of makes the point that you're in the heart of dragon territory and they're coming to get you. You know?
Yeah. Plus the path, like all the encounters are along the path to go see the Aerie for the first time.
Yeah. It all has a purpose, and you know, it all is actually used very well. I say they do stuff like, you know, give you the Midgard Summer Mountain and all that, and like they use game mechanics to like file into the story and all, so it's really well done.
Yep, I played A Realm Reborn and I was like, I enjoyed that, and then I played Heavensward and I was like, I enjoyed that more.
I'll go as far to say I love that.
Wow. Also, Knights of the Round was there.
Knights of the Round was there, and it was fucking spectacular. It was fucking fantastic.
Yeah. But
I really like ones like that, because like it really is the thing where they set up just enough stuff that if you really know your Final Fantasy, you'll pick it before it shows up. So when it does show up, you just be like, oh, they did it. It's just very rewarding, basically.
It's like Thornton and his 12 Knights. You're like, I know when there was 12 Knights in Final Fantasy. It was called Knights of the Round.
They also literally spoke around a round table.
Yeah, they did that. There was a scene that happened. I think what really tops it off, though, is when they shatter the screen.
Yeah, that was really well done. I like basically all the characters in that, all the new ones, all the Ishgardians, like they all filled in their stuff very well.
Chris said the same. He said I liked all the characters. What he didn't like, there was one character he didn't care for, and it was the dopey Tom brother.
I mean, that's fine. That's an incidental thing, I feel like.
Yeah, but I think his argument was that it was kind of tropey.
That in itself is fine if it's used right, and it was. It's just establish a dynamic and give you an idea what House of Tomb are like. Harshafont's is not exactly the lone weirdo. Like, they are perhaps among all the houses, like the house of like hopeless romantics.
Edmund is a nice guy. I also rubbed it in remember when Chris was like, he's got a funny mustache, I bet he turns evil.
Yeah.
We beat it. I was like, oh, but he's still gonna turn evil, don't worry about it.
Yeah, nah.
Now I just wonder about the after credits scene though.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where the patch story goes, because we have Nidhogg to deal with.
Once you hit an expansion credits, like a 0.0 credits,
yeah.
Because like I said, there's 2 credits. There's end of expansion, end of patches.
Yeah.
The end of expansion credits, their after credit scenes. There's like usually like 4 of them, and they're like, here's a teaser for this. Here's a mysterious moment. Here's something gonna happen. So they're always like, well, you beat it and you had a satisfying ending, but here's some more story hooks because it's an MMO.
Yeah, and it does need them, because like Heavensward has done a good job of wrapping up basically everything left over from A Realm Reborn, as well as most of its own stuff.
As long as they leave a few questions hanging,
yeah.
They're like, and now here's more to write.
Basically, it's like before these credit scenes, all we basically got now is like what to do about Nidhogg. I guess the wider Dragon War, which to be fair is quite a bit in itself, but it still is kind of like, what else do we have to deal with? Because
the wider Dragon War is mostly under Nidhogg. Hraesvelgar and his brood are like,
yeah, they're off the. It's like they want no part of it.
They don't care. Hraesvelgar's, the extent of his revenge was like, I'm gonna give Nidhogg 9.
Yeah.
because I am a little heated. But I'm not going to do anything. My hands are off. I just made him not die. Whatever he did, that's not on my hands.
Yeah, he washed his hands of it and stepped aside. So yeah, yeah.
No, what were you gonna say?
So I say, never mind. I was just gonna say. So yeah, we have like Nidhogg, and that's more or less it. Because even like, while the Asian overarching thread is still there, like La Habre, like the main face of it for us right now, he bit the dust.
Yeah, but Elidibus had a white cloak, which means he's important.
He did, but also he wasn't exactly as. He wasn't exactly, yeah, he wasn't exactly as present, or he didn't have as much of a raging hard on about just making it happen like right here, right now, let's do it. You know? He's a threat, but he's a more like long-reaching threat, it feels like.
It was quite funny when you're like, I guess La Habrea is gonna stick around. And I was like,
I figured, yeah.
No, he's not. I've seen this scene. Thornton comes in and he slashes him with his big sword.
Because it's kind of like, yeah, like La Habrea survived fucking, A Realm Reborn. He, and like, the one they tested, like, the Asian killing on was like, Nabriales. And then Igamor died. It's kind of like, okay, so they're like ganking the nameless count, like, not nameless, but like the less important side ones. Clearly La Habrea is going to be a whole thing, probably. And then, as you say, Thornton walked in, ganked him, and I was kind of like, oh. Well then. We really have just kind of tied up most of A Realm Reborn with that. It was like, he was like one of the lingering things from it.
Until the post-credits scene makes you ask even more questions.
Exactly. I guess that's the other one. We have like Nidhogg and we have the missing Scions, and then that's it. Or I guess, well, missing Scion and Nidhogg, and what are those wacky Asians gonna get up to next?
They want darkness. Why? What are they doing? I don't know. Some kind of wacky chaos is what they strive for.
Oh, get a cat, one second. He was curled up asleep for a while there.
Sometimes that's how it is. I also, when I first played, I liked the twists and turns, like the conversation with Hraesvelgar, who's like, no, all your gods, they're not even real.
Yeah.
Like you can, like you said, you can pick it up, but it's like, no, I'm just gonna straight up say it. They're fake. They're not real.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Because like with Shiva, there's kind of the thing of like, maybe they can be, or maybe they partially are or something, but then he's just like, no, flat out, like, it's not my wife. Like, you're mad. That's some fake thing you made up.
In your imagination. It's what you think Shiva is, but it's not Shiva. In the fight, though, it fought like a Shiva.
It fucking did, too.
That's the point of it, because you can have cool boss fights.
Not Shiva the person. As I don't think Hraesvelgar's wife was a large, like, ice lady.
Nope. She was just a regular lady. And then she was like, hey, Hraesvelgar, why don't you eat me? It's like, alright, okay. Cool. Credits are almost over though.
Yeah.
It stopped showing like slideshow stuff.
Yeah, we lingered on the Ratatoskir picture for a while. Or is this Nidhogg?
I know it's the one that's was in Thornton's room.
Yeah.
Where he was like, yes, we did it, and it was cool.
It was completely correct. I did like that at the end, when as Thorin was dying, he just, you know, had the horror vision staring at you. He's like, what are you? And you're like, yeah, he raises a point. We're in the point where we've like escalated from just like ganking every primal we see to killing 13 at once. Kind of reaching like mad heights here.
Look at all these instruments. Horn.
A single tuba.
That is the thing though, Soken writes most of the songs, but for the main themes, they like answers in A Realm Reborn and
Dragon Song.
In this one, Uematsu does it.
He's been that way for a bit, especially since like in recent times his health has had issues. Where he'll usually just do like one big vocal song or like a one main theme, and then at most oversee other things, and just, you know, the song stuff goes to someone else.
He did a lot in 1.0, but unfortunately it was 1.0. Like he did most of the soundtrack of 1.0, and then when they refactored everything, he was like, Masayoshi Soken, can you make music? Yeah. Oh wow, you can make really good music actually. Keep it up.
Yeah. Like, for 7 Remake, for instance, even though he did most of the original games, well, not even most, he did the entire original 7 soundtracks, he was the music man then. For 7 Remake, it was all other Square Enix music people, like doing, you know, arrangement, composition, all the rest of it, remixing stuff, and he just did the main vocal theme for the credits. Which, you know, again, same reasons that, like, you know, in recent times his health's been dodgy and he's been, like, taking it easier.
That's also probably the thing is though, Uematsu also did Stormblood, but he did not do the main theme from Shadowbringers.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that because Shadowbringers is what, 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah, that lines up then. Probably like he did his work for a 7 remake and went back to taking it easy. On the one, yeah, good.
I was gonna say that for as great a composer Uematsu is, I will say, and I don't mean to build up because I know it's going to probably be a little bit. I mean, you're on vacation though. It's going to be a little bit till you get to Shadowbringers still.
Yeah.
My God, did Soken make a really good theme? It's my favorite theme, Shadowbringers.
I don't think we'll get all the way through post Heavensward and then all Stormblood as well in my vacation time, but
no, but we can get a hefty chunk.
We can.
Like, because you're vibing, you're keeping it real, you're there.
Yeah.
It's Gavin time.
I do think it'll be fair to say we might get through the rest of Heavensward. Yeah. Within the week.
Yeah, probably.
And get up to where
then again, like we said, like you've seen though, just by being here, you did Heavensward 4 streams.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Like, they're not, the expansions aren't as long as Realm Reborn, but
yeah. To be fair, Realm Reborn has a lot of setup and shit to do, both from story wise and just, you know, playing the game wise.
Yeah. And you even did the old version of A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
Like when they cut stuff, they didn't just cut stuff from A Realm Reborn patches, they cut from the main thing as well. So you did the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's shorter, and there's the type of gamer who's like, I want 5 billion hours for my $30 game. But no.
No, I want it to... I don't want it to overstretch itself. I want it to just be as tight and well done as it needs to be or as they want it to be, and then that's fine.
I'm like, when they do expansions, they're a bit shorter, but I'm pretty sure that's just because they learned from A Realm Reborn. Hey, keep things moving, don't just sit.
It's better to keep things moving.
Plus, most people, when they, I've said this before, when they release an expansion, a good portion of the player base is like, alright, I've cleared it in 2 weeks, I'm done. Now I get to play the real part of the game, which is the gear grind.
Yeah, basically. Gear grind, doing all the surrounding content, the hard shit and all.
The real pro gamer content.
Yeah.
Now that the credits aren't even showing a picture, that means they must be close to finished.
Yeah, they're going down now, like the Sony specific people now.
It's a good thing we didn't have you and Chris watch the entire A Realm Reborn credits, because like I said, that's 4 hours of credits.
Yeah.
Because they thank every player from the original 1.0 release.
I bless them for that, that's really neat.
Like, here's the name of every character from 1.0 who played the game, and they listed them as Meteor survivors.
Fuck. And that is just and all 14 players.
Well, that's because they're successful now. They're just like, thank you all, but we can't make 10-hour-long credits this time.
That's actually something I'm curious about, the Realm Reborn credits.
Look, there he is!
There he is.
Ah!
Yeah, was Matsuda in charge of that? 'Cause Wada, yeah. No, 1.0 was Wada's time as CEO, Square Enix big man.
When did he leave? I don't remember.
Around, like, I want to say like 2013, 14, 15? Somewhere around there. Like,
I think 14 started production in like 2006, 7.
No, like, that was in his time, yeah. Like, 14 1.0 was around Wada's time, but it was around like 20... I want to say 2013, because I remember he began doing like weird cloud gaming shit that, you know, wasted loads of money, and that was basically the point where like, okay, get out, you're done.
So his management might have been part of it. Anyway, Elidibus is on the moon.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, like, pure white and, like, you know, the stars and everything. Yeah, it's the moon.
Just standing there. It's a nice place to be.
I suppose. When you can go there, you might as well. God, my underlings are so shit at this. Fuck's sake.
このまま光と闇の均衡が失われれば世界をあるべき姿に戻すという我らの宿願が破綻しかねん。光の戦士は力を持ちすぎた。
Rather revert for him this to be straight up saying encroaches upon the realm of gods, like probably actually real gods. This is a like, I understand Elidibus being on the moon, but this is odd clothing to be on the moon. Unless it's a Final Fantasy IV kind of moon.
Might be a Final Fantasy IV moon physics.
Yeah.
Warrior of Darkness. Hello.
Oh boy.
Does he look familiar?
Oh, that's default, man.
That's default, man. Say hello to your doppelganger.
Oh, we're getting all Final Fantasy III in this now. The Warriors of Dark. And one wonders, Crystals of Dark.
Crystals of Dark were in 4 as well.
They were, yes. Oh, goblins.
Yeah. You might also remember at the end of A Realm Reborn, another one of the teasers was you heard Bahamut roar to tease
Yes.
the 8-man raid series. We'll get ready to be teased for this expansion's 8-man series.
And that one was Bahamut Roar, and this one is Sid complaining about having to do goblin work.
まったくだわ。
Oh dear.
Oh no.
That doesn't bode well.
That could be bad.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh no.
Who's this? Could it be?
Oh, that's either... No, I'm gonna go with that's Alexander.
That's Alexander, Gavin.
Oh, fuck. It was gonna be that, or it was gonna be... I forget the name of it, the dark ship from Final Fantasy IX, the secret summon, but... No, that's Alexander.
Hello, Alexander.
That was in the fucking hell bubble.
Didn't you say something about Robot Primal? I said I don't want to tell you too much.
Alexander Robot Primal of the Goblins. Maybe. I mean, he got the eye thing going on. He looks like it. Oh boy.
So Alexander is now in the Dravanian hinterlands. You go there, you'll see his head poking out. And Chris was like, hey, why don't they change the environment that much? And they do. They do change. They do. I was like, that's a good example. There's better examples in the future, but they just can't change. Like we would talked about it. I was like, you just can't change the actual world geometry. Otherwise, you could have people floating, standing on air, nonsense.
Yeah, you would think new players would see people walking on air and should be like, what the hell's up with that? And eventually cotton on to like, oh shit, environmental change there.
But Alexander's in his safe little orb where no players can stand.
Sneakily done.
No, it's just but it's a force field to protect him. There's lore reason. It's not just so players can't stand there.
So, I will admit, I did not see a Warrior of Darkness coming. That's saucy. And that also makes me ponder the meaning of Shadowbringers, given that we are going full tilt Final Fantasy 3-4 balance of light and dark.
Well, like I said though, sometimes they set things up, but they don't really touch them for a while.
I suppose, actually. So at the same time, I do kind of wonder, like, where does the phrase Stormblood come in? But I guess we'll have to really see for that one. It's your business.
There's a lot going on.
That will be for another time.
Alexander! There he is!
Fucking... I'm glad he showed up. Alexander's a rad one, usually when he appears. This giant building mecha.
I think you might remember when we were talking raids.
Yeah.
Bahamut's usually denoted T1 through 13.
Yeah.
Do you remember when someone was like, I got my A8 gear on? Alexander's denoted with an A.
Okay. And he has at least 8 rounds.
Oh no, it's 12 forever.
Oh, okay, right.
The first tier of Bahamut was the only one to ever have 5, and then it's forever. It's each
4,
tier is like, here's 4, here's 4, here's 4.
Okay.
12 in Heavensward, 12 in Stormblood, 12 in Shadowbringers.
Nifty. Alright then. There's also, like, I presume at some point the Alliance raids will pop open.
Yeah, there's Alliance raids too. That's in the same way as it was in A Realm Reborn. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, plenty of looming saucy multiplayer stuff to get into.
That's the thing for like every 1 tier of an 8-man raid.
Yeah.
There's 1 Alliance raid.
Ah, okay.
Which makes sense because, you know, 8-man raid is 1 boss, whereas the Alliance raid is 1 big dungeon with 4 bosses in it.
Yeah. Lines up rather nicely, actually. Alright then. Oh yes, it's parked here for the night. Yeah, Heavensward real good. I'm interested, I'm like, intrigued by these little saucy things given to us. We got places to go and things to see. Yeah. And we...
Yes.
I don't know when. It's the funny thing of there's no limit per se, so it'll basically just be... I don't know, I guess when the fancy immediately strikes, I don't know.
That's good whenever.
Yeah, we'll have to... We'll have to see. I guess we'll just basically like play it by ear. Like, does today's conditions suit? Then hell yeah, we'll swing it. And then I think we'll focus on as well, like give 14 like, you know, main focus at least until I get to caught up with Chris, so he's not restrained anymore. And then we'll see how far we get across the rest of my holiday.
Yeah.
Who knows? I expect we'll get into Stormblood certainly, at least by the end of, but maybe even further. Not as in like in the Shadowbringers, but like through the end of a Stormblood main story or something.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Again, we had the talk at the beginning, but I'm almost certain Stormblood is going to be aesthetically pleasing to Gavin.
Good.
Over Chris. Like, he could be like, yeah, Stormblood was alright. But you'll be like, Stormblood was cool because this stuff happened.
Good. That sounds good.
Stormblood was cool because I saw a cool sword in it.
Sometimes that's all it takes, honestly. Yeah. That'll be Fantasy 14. Thank you for playing, Evan.
It's always a pleasure.
And good night, stream.
6 hours and 59 minutes.
Ooh.
7 hours on the dot.
Half time to delay the 7 hours in the dot, but nah. Beep.